who has given us mercy and blessing so we can attend in this place. And secondly, don't forget to say salam and salawat to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has bring us from the darkness to the lightness. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andi Nadim Putri Jarvisha, and I'm 9th grade student from Tilkom Junior High School, Makassar, in here to explain the material under the title, Millennial Occupation and Why People Dream Sweden. In today's era, the topics of conversation that we always hear are almost all related to millennials, such as like business topics, politics, and about products. Moreover, currently, the number of active workers in Indonesia is almost half dominated by millennials. Therefore, in this discussion, we will know more about Generation Y, or better known as the millennial generation. Talk about Talk about millennials. Who is or what is millennials? According to Yusuf Wahadi in Millennials Term article in 2016, state that millennials are the generation which born in the early 1980s to the 2000s. Generation is often referred to as Gen Y, Net Generation, Generation WB, and etc. How about millennials in Indonesia? In 2017, the results of the Survey Sosial Ekonomi Nasional state that the number of millennials in Indonesia was 88 million people, or 33.75% of the total population of Indonesia. We can see the graphic compared to the number of other generations. Currently, the percentage of millennials in Indonesia is the largest, 33.75%, followed by the number of Generation Z, 29.23%, Generation X, 25.34%, and the last is the baby generations, boomers, and veterans, which is 11.27%. The millennial generation, which increasingly dominates this demographic, is a challenge as well as an opportunity for Indonesian people, both now and in the future. This generation is unique than the previous generation. If Generation X, which is born in 1961 until 1980, is the generation that really enjoys television and the media boom, then this millennial generation is more interested in digital marketing and also shows including video-based advertisements. This is in line with the view expressed by Diki Kartokoyono, the resource of the human resource of Bank Indonesia, who said that this generation is generally tech-savvy. In general, they're a generation that doesn't experience difficult conditions, but they're sensitive to change in technology or gadgets. With the development of technology, very few millennials make the digital world a job that generates income and becomes a profession, such as like food blogger, graphic designer, and content creator. The content creator profession is one of the many new professions created by social media. Content creators themselves can be divided into several specific professions, namely celebgram, YouTuber, endorser, beauty vlogger, and etc. And now I'm interested in discussing specifically what kind of job content creators are in India. Talk about content creator. Of course, there are a positive and a negative side. And the positive side is able to think creatively, sensitive to something, and always focused. And the negative side is online fraud, gambling, sexual exploitation of children, hate speech, and a digital-based radicalism. For example, one of the most popular content creators among the public is Rarities. Rarity is ranked first as a YouTuber with 29.5 million subscribers, with income as much as 9.18 billion per month, while in a year, Riches can pocket around 110 billion. What a fantastic. How to get money from this? You can use your skills and use it as occupation. According to Vino blog, the title is Cara Menjadi YouTuber Sukses or How to Become Success YouTuber. State that initially this job was just a hobby. If taken seriously, it could become professional. And if your job as a YouTuber or Telegram, more you upload videos, more you get subscribers, more you get likes and viewers, also you can earn a lot of money. Why people dream to them? It's very clear with a tempting salary. It's possible that many millennials aspire to become content creators or something like that. So we can conclude that, therefore, as the next generation for Indonesia, the millennials in Indonesia must be smart and creative than millennials from other countries. Education is not enough, but today's young Indonesians must be equipped with good soft skills. Being a creative, active, and innovative person, of course, must be possessed in the souls of young Indonesians. That is the main requirement for the millennials generation to be able to compete and face various challenges in this increasingly dynamic world. We'd be a far better off country and world. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadine, for the presentation. Now, let's move on to the question and answer session. So, judges, who are going to ask the questions?
Yeah.
Who's first? Mr. Williams first, or?
Mr. Samsade can go first. It's okay.
Okay, you can go first, Mr. Shamswadi.
All right. Nadine, can you hear me? Hello, Nadine. Okay, hello, Nadine, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Having seen your presentation about millennial occupations and why people dream to build them, I would like to ask you a question here because I could hardly clear about the requirements. So I would like you to explain me again. What are the most important skills do you need to prepare yourself for millennial occupations? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So your question is, what's the most important skills? For me, in this era, there's a lot of people use the occupation as use the hobby and use it as a occupation. So for me, there's nothing important because we can just use our hobbies and just use it as a occupation.
Okay.
You can have fun.
You like to be YouTuber or vlogger, right?
Yes.
What skills do you need to be a good YouTuber?
So for me, you have to be consistent, of course. That is the main requirement. Yes, and that's all.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. All right, I give it to Mr. Williams now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shamswadi, for the first questions. And for the second questions will be from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams?
Good morning, sir. So Nadine, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of impact do you think it would have on millennials if, say, for instance, there was a total blackout of electricity?
Pardon, can you repeat your question, sir?
Okay, supposing there was a total blackout of electricity, say, for instance, for 1 week what do you think would happen to all the millennials?
So, of course, this generation is different from the previous generations.
Yes.
I think the other's job will be lost or cannot be the main job.
Okay, thank you.
Very much, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Nadine, for the presentations. Now, let's move on to the next presenter. It will be Andi Diva Ramiza Adinda Lukman from SMP Negeri 6. Diva, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Diva, can you please try to share your screen to the Zoom session?
Okay. Wait a
All right. Now, while waiting for Diva to share her screen, please be ready, Rafael Germain Lalo. Hello, Rafael, are you there? Rafael, are you there? Okay. So, Diva, can you see the screen?
Yes.
All right.
Do you can see it?
Okay. So, what are you going to present for today, Diva?
I'm going to present the theme of campaigns around the world and youth contribution.
Okay, so campaigns around the world and youth contribution, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Such an interesting topic for Diva.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So Diva, how long you have prepared for this presentation?
I'm starting prepared for this presentation is from January, maybe.
Ooh, from January. It's been 3 months. It means you are very ready, yeah?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay, don't be nervous, Diva, yeah?
Okay.
All right. Judges, are you ready? Okay, so judges, this is Andi Diva Ramiza Adinda Lukman from SMP Negeri 6. Diva, the time is yours.
Thank you. So, good morning, the judges and the participants. My name is Adinda Lukman. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to present today in order to participate in the selection process to become English ambassador. Today, I will present the theme of campaigns around the world and youth contribution with the title of How Can You Change the World? Maybe you have heard this news all over the internet, such as food crisis and hunger, floods everywhere, especially during this rainy season, or sea turtles consuming plastic in the ocean, and lack of education access for underprivileged communities. Do anyone want to share any similar news you have heard lately? Well, for example, I have heard from my cousin that there is a big flood in Lombok due to extreme weather in last December. Therefore, it is important for us to tackle these pressing issues now. To answer the needs to solve those mentioned issues, governments all over the world have, led by United Nations, have pledged towards Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. SDGs replace MDGs, which were founded in the year 2000, and SDGs cover more comprehensive issues compared to MDGs. SDGs itself formed in the year of 2015, will be ended in the year of 2013. SDG is being adopted by 193 countries, including our country, Indonesia. Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, consist of 17 goals, ranging from social issues like gender equality, economic issues like no poverty, and environmental issues like climate action. As a team focusing on youth contribution, I want to present about the importance of youth contribution toward SDGs. Youth under the age of 25 constitute 42% of the world population, which is we all know that is not a small percentage. From that, we can conclude that youth are a huge part in creating innovative solutions to shaping the future, to make things accommodating for us in the future. So in summary, youth play a critical role in supporting the agenda of SDGs. In today's presentation, I will be focusing on youth contribution with campaigns around the world within these goals, ranging from socio-economic issues like zero hunger and environmental issues like goals number 14, which is life below water. We will start from goals number 2, zero hunger. Statistics from the United Nations has shown that 63% of the world hunger is located in Asia. So I will take example from country of Philippines. Rise in Philippines, there is an organization called Rise Against Hunger. So Rise Against Hunger supporting the goals number 2 of SDGs by providing life-saving food to end hunger. So far, the organization was able to supply 20 million meals to end and saving the life of 1.4 million. The driver of this movement are mostly youth. Next, I'm going to move to goals number 14, which is life below water. I'm going to take example from our own country, which is Indonesia. These were represented by the organization called Divert Clean Action, or DCA. DCA is a movement Indonesia youth organization focusing on marine debris issues. The organization has conducted regular and cleanups underwater to protect the ocean from marine debris. For example, plastic. And so far, DCA has gathered 1,000 youth volunteers across Indonesia. From those remarkable organizations, we all know that as a youth, we have a powerful potential to direct our power toward good and to support toward good and support the SDGs for our women's sakes and of course for our heart for our art. I'm Andi Diva Ramizaninda Lukman from SMP Negeri 6 Makassar. Thank you for the attention.
Much, Diva from SMP Negeri 6 Makassar. Now, let's move on to the question and answer sessions. So, judges, are you ready with the questions? All right. So, who are going to ask the questions this time? Mr. Williams. All right, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, can you please ask your questions to Diva?
Okay, what kind of problems do you see in the future with plastic in the oceans?
Well, for this moment is so many problems because of plastics. So if we know,
well, if I understand it, I think there's 18 billion tons of plastic in the ocean right now.
Yeah. So if we not doing anything about that, it can be a big problems for our art. So
I think it's a problem now.
yeah.
How do you see it in the future? Do you think they should stop plastic production immediately?
It's not immediately, but it's gonna take from ourselves first, like not using a plastic straw and less using a plastics. Yeah.
Yes, but don't you think they could use like other materials? Because you know, now they're actually creating edible spoons and forks. You could create like edible cups and plates where you can use like protein to make it, so you wouldn't have to use the plastic.
Yeah, and now there are so many youth that take a alternative solution to not using plastics.
Yes. So I think what the youth need to come up with is different ideas on how to completely stop plastic production and use different materials to, you know, if you guys start to do physics degrees and things like that, who knows?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
No, I was just saying that when you guys finish school and you go to universities, then you do physics degrees to find out different methods so you can completely halt the use of plastic altogether.
Yeah, that's right. That's really right.
All right. Thank you very
Okay,
much,
thank you.
Mr. Williams, for the questions. And the second questions will be from or Mr. Cipta? Oh, okay. So,
Dignas, it says Dignas here.
all right. Maybe Mr. Adi or Mr. Cipta can give one question.
Diva, terima kasih untuk presentasinya.
Thank you.
Saya mungkin memberikan satu masukan ya. Jadi ada yang namanya feel awards. Feel awards itu seperti apa namanya. Nah, mulai dari sekarang Diva harus membiasakan untuk tidak mengucapkan itu ya. Karena pastinya akan mengurangi nilai presentasinya. Jadi mudah-mudahan next presentasinya bisa lebih baik. Nah, berhubungan dengan topik yang sudah Diva angkat tadi, soal campaigns around the world and youth contribution. Nah, saya mau nanya nih, sebagai generasi muda, Diva sekarang bersekolah di SMP. Kalau misalkan kita flashback ya ke zaman-zaman dulu. Zaman dulu ada banyak pahlawan yang berjuang keluar dari penjajahan, dan bedanya di era sekarang kita nggak perlu harus mengangkat senjata berperang melawan mereka. Nah, kira-kira kontribusi apa yang bisa Diva berikan sebagai pelajar untuk memberikan dampak buat Indonesia?
So what can I do as a youth for Indonesia, right? I can do like solve some issues that have in Indonesia, like for myself, like the issue of below water. I can use more or less plastic, like I said before, and for zero hunger, I can do for myself, like planning my meals by what I only need, and then I educate my family and my friends to do the same way. Is the answer you want?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cipta and Mr. Williams, for the questions, and thank you, Diva, for the presentation. Now, let's move on to the next presenter. It will be Rafael Germain Lalo from SMP Dunia Harapan. Hello, Rafael.
Hi, Miss and Mr. Judges. Excuse me, I will not be screen sharing because my presentation is already on my background.
Okay, no problem. All right, so are you ready?
Can you spotlight me? Can you spotlight me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
Crystal clear? All right, so Rafael, are you ready?
I am.
Okay, before that, Rafael, let me remind to the next participant, Tamima Ande from SMP Bina Citra Indonesia. Hello, Tamima. Tamima, hello. Okay, Tamima, please be ready because you are going to do the presentations after Rafael. So now, let's get back to Rafael. Judges, are you ready? Okay. Rafael, are you ready? Okay, so judges, this is this is Rafael Germain Lalo from SMP Dunia Harapan. Rafael, the time is yours.
Excuse me, where is the signal? Excuse me, where is the signal?
Where's the, sorry, what?
The signal to start, miss.
Oh, okay. So you can start, Rafael, in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, everyone, and judges of the DBI. How are you all today? I hope you're all good. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rafael Germain Lalo. I'm an 8th grader at Dunia Harapan School. And today, I'm going to talk about modern inventions that help improve the world. So as you all know, we are now living in the era of the modern world. So of course, the inventions today are also modern, and there are millions or billions of them. For example, like phone, TV, and refrigerator. Phone and TV are used to entertain ourselves, while refrigerator is used so that we can store our food so that it'll be in good condition. But those kind of inventions are already common. There are many more inventions in this world that have many more benefits in our life, especially in human society, and has a big impact on our environment. One of them is the sea bin. The sea bin is a floating rubbish bin that keeps the oceans clean. It serves a purpose to help solve and prevent marine pollution by replacing the garbage boats currently serving marinas around the world. It helps by picking up floating rubbish, debris, and oil, and it works 24/7, which means it works all day long, non-stop. This brilliant idea came from two Australian surfers named Andrew Turden and Pete Chuglinski. For them, the ocean is everything. It's like their playground. But as time goes by, that playground of them became dirty, so they decided to clean it up. They then came up with the idea seabin, and it turns out quite effective. The seabin have spread to several countries in the world. For example, America, China, Japan, and Indonesia itself. Cool, right? Just imagine this thing under water. Floating rubbish, debris, and oil will be picked up and results clean water. And we humans can also help by not polluting the ocean. We can learn from Japan, one of the cleanest country in the world. Why is Japan one of the cleanest country in the world? Well, because Japan is very disciplined in keeping a clean environment. They have been taught from little to be clean. Because of that, Japan can maintain cleanliness not just on land, but on water as well. I hope people around the world can be like the Japanese, have discipline in cleanliness. And I know with the help of the seabin and the support of the human being, I know we can make the ocean a better place. Talking about the seabin, I would like to inform you another kind of invention that can change your life and healthy. If you could have one superpower, what would it be? Will it be flight, super strength, super speed, or to be invisible to mosquitoes? Well, as you know, mosquitoes are one of the most troublesome animals to us humans. They bring many dangerous diseases such as malaria, dengue fever, West Nile virus. But now, millions of lives could be saved with just one little thing, and that would be kite patch, a non-toxic solution that prevents mosquitoes from disturbing and biting humans. It keeps them at bay for up 48 hours or 2 days, and it's very easy to use. Oh yes, how to use it? Well, just open the package and paste it on your clothes. Easy, right? Of course it is. Kite patch also works in all different climates. It'll be suitable for use in places such as Africa, Middle East, South America, and last but not least, developing countries such as Indonesia. Why did I say it'll be suitable in places such as those? Well, because of one, it's the perfect habit for mosquitoes to live. Two, it's because the lack of awareness of cleanliness of the people who live there. But now, millions of lives could be saved with kite patch. Small, but with great useful, kite patch has the potential to save millions of lives around the world. In other words, kite patch is close to making people invisible to mosquitoes. Before I know there were inventions like this, I was more interested in inventions like VR tag, electronic cars, smartphones. Why? because they're cool and awesome. But when I did, I was more impressed and I took more interest. I hope people out there, especially inventors, future inventors, are more eager to invent something like this, because these are the kind of inventions that can truly improve the world. That's all from me. I hope it inspires you. And last but not least, Q&A session. So feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you very much, Raphael, for the presentation. Now, let's move to the question session. And judges who are going to ask the questions?
Yes, I will ask
Time is
questions.
yours.
Okay. Yes. Oh, okay. Hello.
Yes, hello, Mr. Russell. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, having a bit problem connection here, but I think it's good now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Miss Judges.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, good. That was a good presentation. What
Thank you.
What I wanted to ask you was, it was the same question as I asked one of the previous contestants.
Here's some information for things that make a
Do you think that nowadays they should actually stop the production of plastic? And what do you think they could use in its place?
Thank you, Mr. Russell. That was a very interesting questions.
My pleasure, sir.
Well, yes, they must stop the reproduction of plastic. It must be stopped because many humans still doesn't care about the laws of don't throw plastics to the oceans.
Yeah.
Most of them still throw plastic in the oceans, and results many living creatures die.
Yes, true.
That's why I want the reproduction of plastic to be stopped. Maybe we can use something else.
Yes.
As a replacement for plastics.
Mm-hmm. Like biodegradable items, maybe?
Yes, correct. What you said, Mr. Russell, biodegradable.
So, I hope you go on to do your physics degree and become an inventor that can help the future.
Maybe.
Very good.
I hope so.
For the questions, maybe the next questions will be from Mr. Shamswadi.
You have mentioned about these two inventions, like the seabed and the kite catch. Yeah, the kite catch. Okay. You have explained the strength of those two. Now, I would like to know whether these two inventions have weaknesses. Okay. Could you please explain to me what are the weaknesses of these things? Where can we use these two things? Okay. In which aspect these two things won't work? Okay. That's what I need to know.
Pardon, can you repeat, because your voice is kind of crack.
Okay.
So Mr. is asking about the weaknesses of two great inventions that you have presented about the seabed and kite patch, if I'm not mistaken. So the weaknesses, Raphael.
Well, for seabed, the seabed. My point is the seabed is still expensive. It can only be buy for some people, not many people. It has only spread into several countries because it has a big amount expensive of value or degree, whatever it is. While kite patch, the level of systems that have been built in the patch is still not in maximum level. So I still don't know if maybe the kite patch may produce a bug or virus. That's all.
Much for the response, Raphael, and I think that's clear enough for the judges. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Rafael, for your presentation.
Excuse me, I still have a closing after the Q&A. Can I present it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Feel free.
Nice. Thank you for your lovely questions, my lovely judges. I hope my answers are enough. Have a great day.
Yes, they were. Thank you.
Rafael. Okay, so that was Rafael, the fourth participant of today. Next, let's move on to Tamima. Hello, Tamima.
Yes, mister, can you hear me?
All right, yes, we can hear
Yes.
you. So clear, Tamima. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please share this, your PowerPoint to the screen?
Okay. Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, is it full? Okay, cool. Before you start, Tamima, I need to remind to Jeremiah Kaisar Tri Putranto from SMP Zion. Please be ready because you're going to do the presentation next. All right, so Tamima, I guess you're ready, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, what are you going to present for today?
Today I'm going to be talking about modern inventions that help improve the world.
All right, interesting. So, judges, are you ready? Okay, so judges, this is Tamima Ande from SMP Dina Citra Indonesia. Tamima, the time is yours.
Okay. Greetings, honorable judges, respected audience, fellow participants, and everyone watching today. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Tamima Ande, and I'll be representing Bina Citra Indonesia School, where I'm currently studying as an 8th grader. And in my presentation today, I wish to provide you all with some modern inventions that help improve the world and how they do it. But beforehand, I want all of us to think back on what would have happened if we were all magically transported back to the Stone Age, where there's no electricity, no internet, no money, and no work or school. A life where we make tools out of stone and use fire. Now, luckily, we are now surrounded by science and inventions that brought about a remarkable difference in our lives. From the Stone Age to the present day, technologies and inventions are a huge process that has altered our society and lifestyles and work pattern. We are today living in an age of science. Great discoveries and inventions are taking place every day. Inventions help us to manufacture all things useful to us. Our comforts has increased, our powers were strengthened by such inventions of science. Next. All right, now I want us to learn and dig deeper from some examples of modern inventions. Next. For instance, number 1, smartphones. Smartphones were originally known as the telephone that was invented by Alexander Graham Bell. Now, as I see it, in my opinion, smartphones are one of the inventions that have created a huge impact in our daily lives. Why, you may ask? Well, before the telephone was invented, real-time communication was limited by location, meaning people had to be physically in the same location to get immediate response. That's a very time-consuming process, right? Now, after they got invented, we can communicate effortlessly even if they were separated by distance. As they say, smartphones have become the one solution for all problems. While the humans from the past make different shapes and design tools for different tasks, we today have a quote-unquote an app for that. For example, let's say you want food delivered to your house. There's an app for that. Let's say you want to entertain yourself by watching videos or the news. There's an app for that. A smartphone can formulate different apps for each different task. In fact, a smartphone is a tool that most people today could not live without. And that's why smartphones improve our lives. Following up to a vehicle nowadays. This invention has put transportation to another level. Now, what I find fascinating is that it was originally invented to carrying things, and it developed to things like electricity mobile, automobiles, and airplanes. Because of these inventions and how much it developed, we can travel to different countries, drive to place more easily and safely. Let's say, for example, the airplane. If it wasn't invented, we surely use things like boats or ships instead to travel. And that would surely take longer, right? Now, with the airplane, it would surely become less time consuming. Next are the solar panel invention. Now, I think we can all agree that one of the biggest problems that we are facing over the years are things like pollutions or climate change. And thanks to the invention of the solar panel, it could fix that. Generating electricity with solar power instead of fossil fuels can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, particularly carbon dioxide. Greenhouse gases, which are produced when fossil fuels are burned, led to rising global temperatures and climate change. And with this invention, any person can install solar panels on their house and get free electricity using only solar energy. And these things makes our life more convenient and effective. And now to summarize, these examples are why these modern inventions are very valuable to us. They help to improve the world. From us making tools out of stone to things like smartphones, devices, electronic vehicles, and other incredible inventions that we have now. These inventions increase our comfort and make our world a better and effective place. To close this presentation, I would like to conclude a quote from Ali Kay, which is, "The best way to predict the future is to invent it," which I'm sure is why these inventors invented these inventions in the first place. Without their inventions, we surely wouldn't have the technologies or inventions that we have now. So that's why we should be thankful to these inventors for their effort and patience. That's it for my presentation today. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to present and all your attention today. Thank you. Now let's move on to some Q&A. If anyone has any questions, please be free to ask, and I'd be happy to open up the discussion.
Yes, I would like to ask you a question.
All right, I think the judges are going to ask some questions. Yeah, Tamima?
Yes.
So, all right, so who are going to ask the questions first?
Yeah, I could ask it first, no problem, sir.
Yes, Mr. Williams?
Can you hear me, Tamira?
Yes.
Mr. Chiputra is going
Okay.
to ask questions first, Mr. Williams.
Okay, thank you. You were saying that solar panels is a good invention because it lessens the use of fossil fuels.
Yes.
But don't you think the oil barons know this?
Pardon, mister?
Don't you think the oil barons know this?
Excuse me, I can't really hear you.
Okay, don't you think the oil barons know that solar panels will decrease the use of oil?
What?
Can you hear me?
Can you repeat that, mister?
Yes. I said, right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I said, don't you think the oil barons know that solar panels would take away like fossil fuels?
Firstly, thank you for the question, mister. In my opinion, I guess not, because if they would know, we surely would use, more people would use solar panels. So I think that we as people, or our society, isn't really informed yet about that information. Thank you.
But I wasn't talking about people in general. I was about people who produce the oil. Because if that's the case, how come there's still so many petrol cars being made?
Excuse me, sir?
I said, if that's the case, why is there still so many petrol cars being made? Can you hear me?
Wait.
It's okay, no problem. Thank you.
All right, so
We're having problems with the audio.
to Tamima. So Mr. Williams is asking that if solar panel technology has been created, why is there still so many conservative cars that use biofuel being made nowadays, Tamima?
Like I said before, mister, some people, including us, aren't really informed yet because we don't really talk about it lately. That's it. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Tamima for the response. And then for the second question,
Yeah. Oke, Tamima sebelumnya terima kasih ya untuk presentasinya ya. Jadi tadi ada 2 peserta, ada Tamima dan juga sebelumnya ada Rafael. Nah, yang penting to all the finalists, kalau misalkan dalam sebuah komunikasi itu ada 3 yang penting ya, ada verb, vokal, and visual. Visual adalah about your body language. Jadi pastikan pada saat presentasi adik-adik juga menggunakan gesture yang tepat, gerakan tangan. Nah, kalau misalkan Tamima dan Rafael tadi semuanya berdiri, jadi kita bisa melihat mereka menggunakan gesture tangannya, kemudian ada eye contact, ya. Jadi penting sekali menggunakan body language yang tepat. Nah, pertanyaannya simpel aja, Tamima. Kalau misalkan kamu bisa membuat sebuah alat yang akan, ya, that will help improve the world, kira-kira alat apakah itu?
Can you repeat the question in English, Mister?
Good one.
Sorry.
Can you repeat the question in English?
Oh, alright. Jika kamu bisa membuat sebuah alat dan itu akan berguna untuk banyak orang, kira-kira alat apakah itu?
In my opinion, wait, thank you for the question first, Mister. In my opinion, I would like to see cars that has been generated by solar power, so that we could reduce gases that could harm the environment. So I think it will be a very cool thing to see in the future if we could see cars that are running by solar powers. Thank you.
Yeah, Tamima? Yes. Is that answering the questions, Mr. Cipta? Is that clear? All right. Thank you very much for the questions, judges. And thank you, Tamima, for your presentation.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
Yes, very good.
Now, on to the next presenter. We have Jeremiah Kaisar Triputranto Darjono from SMP Dion. Hello, Jeremiah.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello. Okay, so are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please share your PowerPoint to the screen, please?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yes.
While waiting for Jeremiah, I would like to remind to Mifzah Raimi from SMP Negeri 40. Mifzah, are you there? Mifzah? Okay, I hope, Mifzah, you are ready for the next turn because it's going to be your turn after Jeremiah. Okay, Jeremiah, can you make it full screen, please? All right, that's nice.
Is it already full screen now?
Okay, thank you, Jeremiah. Judges, ready? Okay, so judges, this is Jeremiah Kaisar Triputranto Darjono from SMP Zion. Jeremiah, the time is yours.
So yeah, what's good, everybody? My name is Jeremiah Kaisar, and today I will talk about the digitalization in many aspects and its effects in our lives. So the development of technology in the digital direction is currently growing fast and rapidly. In this digital era, humans in general have a new lifestyle that cannot be separated from all electronic devices and gadgets. Technology has become a tool that can help human needs. Technology has been used by humans to simply perform any task and jobs. The important role of technology is what brought us humans to a new civilization called the digital era. So this digital revolution has been going on since the 1980s or 80s, with changes in mechanical and analog technologies to digital technologies, and is still continuing till this day. Technological development have become massive after the invention of personal computer, which is a system designed and was organized automatically to receive and store input data, process it, and produce output. The development of the digital computer, especially the microprocessor, with its performance continuing to increase. And this technology allows it to be planted in various devices that are owned personally. The development of transmission technology, including computer network, has also triggered internet users and digital broadcasters. The birth of social networking sites allows user to create profiles, see the list of available users, as well as invites or accept friends to join the site. The relationship between mobile devices and internet web page through the social networking has become the standards in digital communication. Sites like Friendster, MySpace, Facebook, Twitters, and a lot of other social media has been used daily by us, and it is becoming an essential. So the impact of the digitalization. Now, of course, behind the popularity, the era of digital technology stores a variety of potential negative impact that could harm humans. Ease all your work with a variety of application and technologies. Now you have less of physical activity. You're now lazy, and you don't want to move. This problem can show can can make various of a variety of diseases. Also, the excessive use of social media can backfire, which have a negative impact for user. Technology can be addictive, and once you're addicted to it, it's really difficult to change it with no special treatment. Still, though, there are positives impacts, such as the required information can be accessed faster and easier. The growth of innovation in various fields oriented on digital technologies that facilitate the process of our work. The emergence of digital-based mass media, especially the electronic media, as a source of knowledge and information to our society. Also, increasing quality of human resources through the development and utilization of information and communication technology. Negative impacts also, there are also a negative impact, like the threat of IPR, infringement of intellectual property rights. It can cause plagiarism, and people will commit fraud with it. The threat of mind shortcuts, where such children are trained to think short and lack of concentration. And with the frequent use of gadgets, children can become antisocial and lack of self-confidence, because many lock themselves in their rooms with their online games and cell phones. And this is where family role in digital era comes in. So kid needs extra assistance from parents to avoid issues that may mislead children. Parents also need when educating such children to not show things that are inappropriate, such as physical violence that can be easily imitated by small children. Uh, Education and the application of religion in the family plays a big and important roles in immune parenting. So the point of my presentation is the digital age is inevitable, and it has a big consequence. Technology will continue to move like the ocean currents, and run like the mist in the mist of human lives. Then there's no choice but to balance and control technology properly in order to provide benefits, uh, as parents, religious, and moral education should be further improved to track on younger generation in developing, having faith, moral, and ethics. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got for you today. Thank you, and questions can be asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah, for the presentations. So, judges, that was Jeremiah from SMP Zion. And I guess you're ready with some questions. Yeah, maybe Mr. Williams first is going to ask the questions. Mr. Williams? Hello, Mr. Williams?
Hello.
All right. So, would you mind to ask your questions to Jeremiah, please, sir?
Okay, Jeremiah, what kind of impact do you think the digital era has on youth?
Pardon me, sir. What did you say?
I said, what kind of impact do you think that the digital era has on youths, as on children, young children?
Oh, okay. For young children, as we know, if their parents isn't looking for parenting, maybe they give freedom to their kids to use smartphones and internet.
Okay.
They can look at a lot of inappropriate stuff, such as maybe bad word curses, things that aren't for their age, like violence and
Okay.
pornography. Okay.
Okay.
I think the problem in youth are still with their not adult, not their brain isn't growing yet, so they have to be watched in the using of internet.
Okay. But they've got parental locks, haven't they, on the internet?
I'm sorry, sir.
They've got parental locks.
So yeah, that's where the problem is. Sometimes sometimes parents give freedom, so no parental locks whatsoever for their children,
Okay.
and that's where the big problem comes in. Inappropriate stuff comes in, and the kids imitate it. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremiah, for the response for the first question. Now let's go to the second questions. Will be asked by Mr. Shamswadi.
Thank you. Hi, Jeremy.
Hi, sir.
You were talking about the digitalization, right? So what I will just say statements here, okay, regarding to digitalization, like digital money, digital account, and so on. What I want to state here, the disadvantages or the negative things of digitalization are data stealing, account hacking, and money stealing. Okay. My question is, do you agree or disagree with my statement? If you agree, why? And if you disagree,
I'm quite terribly sorry, sir, but I can't hear the first part of your question, so the first half of your question. So I don't hear your statement. Okay, now there's no voice. There's
Money stealing in digitalization's era. Now, do you agree with Mr. Adi's statement that digitalization era also brings a lot of negative impacts to our life? Or if you disagree, can you tell us why?
Oh yeah, of course. Digitalization era brings a lot, and I mean a lot of possible crime, like maybe like Sir Adi said, hacking, money stealing, identity theft is really easy now because technology is improving. Things are getting easier to do. People can learn it easy. And by the end of the day, a lot of people will learn how to do crimes. So yeah, I think crimes can be easily done. And why is it really can be easily done? Because technology is everywhere and it's really easy to use, if you know what I mean.
for the response, and I think that's quite clear, yeah, Mr. Syamsuadi. Okay, thank you. That was Jeremia Kaisar Triputranto Darjono from SMP Zion. Now, let's move on to the next presenter. It will be Mifzah Raini from SMP Negeri 40. Mifzah, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So Mifzah, can you share your PowerPoint to the screen, please?
All right, wait a moment.
Okay. While waiting for Mifzah to share his presentation, I want to remind to Najwa Aziza Faisal. Najwa, are you here with us?
Yes.
Okay, please be ready because after Mifzah, it's going to be your turn.
All right, can you see the screen?
After this, Najwa, after Mifzah. Yeah? Okay, Mifzah, have you shared the screen?
I think I have.
Okay, but I don't see your PowerPoint on the screen. Oh yeah, it's sharing now. Okay, can you make it full screen?
It is now.
Okay, it's full screen now. Thank you very much, Mifzah. So, judges, this is Mifzah Raimi from SMP Negeri 40. Mifzah, the time is yours.
All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Mifzah Raimi. I am from SMP Negeri 40 and I am a grade 7 student. Today, I will be talking about digitalization and its effects in many aspects, mainly in education and in economy. So, what is digitalization? And what are its effects? First, let's talk about digitalization in general. Digitalization is the digital transformation of society and the economy. It describes the transition from an industrial age characterized by analog technologies to an age of knowledge and creativity characterized by digital technologies and digital business innovation. Before I talk about digitalization in education and the economy, I will first talk about digital transformation. Digital transformation describes the transition of existing economic, education, industry, and social systems into the digital age. Now, digital transformation focuses on 10 priority sectors, which are digital trade, digital financial services, digital media, digital agriculture, digital real estate and urban, digital education, digital industrial digitization, digital health, and government digitization. Okay, now let's talk about digitalization in two fields: digitalization in education and digitalization in economy. Digitalization in education refers to the use of mobile devices, the internet, computers, and other types of technologies to improve the efficiency of learning and teaching. To support the digitalization in education in Indonesia, there is a new innovation of education technology startups that offers convenience for students and teachers to understand subjects. A few examples of education tech startups are apps or softwares like Ruang Guru, Zenius, and many more. Now, digitalization in economy is changing and improving the economy and our society. It drives productivity and economic growth. Next up, let's talk about the examples of both digitalization in education and economy. The best example of digitalization in education are the use of student educative websites like Wikipedia to expand a student's knowledge, and the use of online meeting apps or softwares like Google Meet and Zoom that we're using right now. And now the examples of digitalization in economy. One of the examples are digital wallets like Dana, OVO, and GoPay. There are also more examples like e-commerce, e-business, and worldwide network, digital marketing, and web development. How about the effects and impacts of digitalization? There are many impacts of digitalization in education. like personalized learning. Personalized learning allows students to learn at their own pace. There are also more impacts like better sharing, more engagement of students, and providing more information. Of course, with all of the positive effects, there are also many negative effects. For example, it could deteriorate students' competences of reading or writing. For digitalization in economy, there are also many impacts, and they are listed as greater information. The internet has allowed consumers to have better information and choice. For example, it's easier to compare prices between firms. And there are also many examples of positive impacts like greater personalization and great benefits for the developing world. With all of that, there are negative impacts like privacy issues and disruption patterns. Lastly, I will talk about the negative effects of digitalization in general, and they are the concern for privacy. Some aspects of digitalization includes concerns of privacy about making sure that individuals' data is not automatically available to other individuals and organizations, and that the people can exercise a substantial degree of control over that data and its use. And more negative effects of digitalization are data security, social disconnect, addiction, excessive reliance on gadgets, and the fake accounts and the anonymity, and also living virtually. So to conclude, digitalization has a big impact in many fields of our life, especially in Indonesia. The impact of digitalization has changed many aspects of life, especially in education and the economy. But unfortunately, there are also many negative effects that arise. That is all for the main presentation. I'd like to say thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So are there any questions?
So, judges, that was Mifzah Raimi from SMP Negeri 40. Now, let's move on to the question sessions, Mifzah. All right. There will be two questions for you, and the first one will be from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello?
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
That was very good. Very, very good, in fact.
Thank you.
Where do you see the internet maybe in 5 years' time?
In my opinion, there will be more internet communication service and lesser real interactions with other people in real time, but there will be more like communications, maybe for example, better softwares other than Zoom.
Yes, because obviously everything will start to go to the metaverse and everybody be wearing the virtual glasses. So yes, you're correct. Well done. Very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, Mr. Williams.
No,
And
sir.
the next questions will be from Mr. Cipta.
Sekarang kita sudah berada di era 5.0 ya. Kalau di era 4.0, teknologi seakan menggantikan fungsi manusia. Tapi di era 5.0, era society, konsep yang dicanangkan oleh Jepang, di mana teknologi itu sudah berbarengan dengan manusia. Harusnya manusia dengan teknologi itu bisa hidup berbarengan, mempermudah hidup manusia, bukan menggantikan fungsi manusia. Nah, tapi di era saat ini, dan juga mungkin banyak ya, generasi seumuran Miftah, itu kalau misalkan nongkrong, biasanya main gadget dan mereka fokusnya ke gadget, jadi tidak ada interaksi antara teman yang lain sama teman yang lain gitu. Kira-kira gimana menurut kamu menanggapi hal itu dan solusi supaya pada saat mungkin bertemu in a person gitu ya. Jadi kayak kita harus ngobrol tapi jangan fokus di gadgetnya.
So in my opinion,
So Mifzah, what do you think?
So in my opinion, for young children to be able to interact with their friends and not stay on their gadget at all times is just to restrict children from using some gadgets or restrict their time, because nowadays there are lots of children who just play gadgets all day, especially in Indonesia and many more countries. So yeah, you just need to give them restrictions of time, and parents need to be more protective of their child with their addictions with gadgets. Yes.
So giving them limitation to use gadget, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, is that clear, Mr. Cipta? Okay, thank you very much for the questions, judges. And that was Mifza Raimi from SMP Negeri 40. Nah, we have 3 more participants before we go into the break. So let's welcome the next participants. We have Najwa Aziza Faisal Napu from SMP Al Azhar. Hello, Najwa.
Yes, hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, Najwa. So are you ready with your presentation?
Ready, sir.
Okay, can you please share your presentation to the screen? Okay, while waiting for Najwa's presentations, please be ready Gopika Jayatiran from SMP Negeri 33, Makassar. Okay, Najwa, can you make it full screen, please? All right. Okay, all right, I think you need to go back to the first page. All right, are you ready, Najwa?
Yes, ready.
Okay, judges, this is Najwa Aziza Faisal Napu from SMP Al Azhar. Najwa, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable, all the judges of English Language Ambassador DBI Makassar City, and all the participants in this competition. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given us nice health and nice change so that we can attend this competition, even though by Zoom meeting. But we do hope it won't decrease our enthusiasm in joining this competition. Don't forget, we also send salawat to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who has become the best leader in the new Islam. Well, in this occasion, I would like to present an interesting topic. This topic actually has a relation with our life nowadays, which mostly influenced by technology and digitalization. So, what is actually digitalization? Digitalization is a terminology used to describe a media transition process that starts from the use of a print, audio, or from the use of a print, video, or audio media with the aim of being able to achieve document in the form of digital transformation. And as we can see here, there are some experts who define about digitalization. According to Hagberg et al. 2016, digitalization refers both to a transformation from analog to digital. Okay, after we know what is digitalization, we must know the aspect of digitalization. So here is some aspect of digitalization. The first one is online shopping, digital payment, teleworking, long distance learning, telemedicine, and virtual entertainment. So let's discuss it one by one. First one, online shopping. Online shopping using e-commerce or online store was already done before the pandemic. But the pandemic accelerated the massive growth of e-commerce. Next, digital payment. Digital payment using electronic money and digital wallets make financial transaction easier. Teleworking. Teleworking, or the device of working remotely from home, is a way for companies to remain productive, even though the office is closed to reduce the risk of spreading disease. Okay, this one interesting, right? So guys, during pandemic of COVID-19, most of us as a student do long distance learning. So I guess this term is really familiar for us. Distance learning, or in Bahasa, we used to say it pembelajaran jarak jauh atau PJJ is a solution for school to continue to provide education for children. Teleworking. Sorry? Telemedicine. Telemedicine or long distance health service make it easier to access treatment service for people who are sick without the need to come to the hospital. Virtual entertainment. Online entertainment service providers have also experienced an increase in demand due to people who cannot find entertainment outside the home. The last but not least, we talk about the effect. Talking about effect, of course, there are some positive and negative effects. Let's see the positive one first. Ability to learn new skill, ability to communicate, opportunity to do business digitally, real-time information, and the decrease in print media. And what about the negative one? Data security, terrorism and crime, the concern of privacy, a social disconnect, manipulation of digital data, copyright and plagiarism, the fake account and anonymity, living virtually, excessive reliance on gadgets, and addiction. Well, the last we can conclude that digitalization makes our life activity become easier. But in other hand, we must be wise in understanding and using it. So I guess that's all for me. Thanks for the kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Najwa, for the presentations. So, judges, that was Najwa Aziza Faisal Napu from SMP Al Azhar. Now, Najwa, we are going to move to the question session. All right? Okay, so the first questions will be from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, do you have any questions for Najwa?
Can you hear me, Najwa?
Yes, sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What do you think would happen if, like, all the electricity got cut?
Pardon? Sorry, can you repeat it?
I said, what do you think would happen if all the electricity shut off?
I'm sorry?
It's okay. I said, what do you think would happen if there was a power cut? Power cut.
What did you say? I'm sorry. I think I have.
If there is no electricity, Najwa, maybe
Yes.
there is no electricity. So what will happen to humans' life?
Apa?
Electricity. No power.
Of course, that will be really worse for human, yes, because we almost real life is already being with technology, and if there is no, so it will be really worse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, for the questions. And for the second questioners will be from Mr. Shamsuadi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Najwa,
Can you hear me?
Mr. Shamsuadi's voice.
I can hear you.
Okay, so maybe you can ask the question.
Okay, just like. Okay, I'll be focusing on the online learning. Okay, we have experienced this thing for almost 2 years during the pandemic, and from what I can see here, I have taken some notes. Okay, about the accuracy. Yeah, I want to just focus on the negative thing of this. I don't know why I keep focusing on the negative thing of something. Okay, we go to accuracy. I could say that it's less accurate. Effectiveness is less effective. number of interactions or participation from the students, as we can see that most of them didn't turn on the camera, most of them didn't turn on the microphone during the learning process, and also the way teacher assess the students, I mean the assessment. Okay. What I want to state here, during what you have experienced, okay, based on what you have experienced, do you agree or disagree with my statement?
Okay, so
Sorry, agree or disagree?
Okay. So Najwa, just now, Mr. Adi has told us that with e-learning, distance learning in your presentation, there are actually many downsides from e-learning or distance learning. For example, the students do not turn on their camera and maybe they will not pay attention to the material given by the teachers. Now, how about you, Najwa? Do you agree with Mr. Shamsuadi or not?
Agree. Because me actually having a problem with my camera, I have been like did not focus in my Zoom, so that's why I didn't on my camera. And yeah, so I don't think long distance learning is very effective for me because I like, yeah, like that.
So you agree that it's not really effective?
Yes.
Okay, is that answering the question, sir? All right, thank you very much, Najwa, for the response, and thank you, judges, for the questions. So that was Najwa Aziza Faisal from SMP Al-Azhar. Now, let's move on to the next presenter, which is going to be Gopika Jayatiran. Gopika, hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Gopika. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm fine, sir. Thank you very much. How about you?
Okay, well, thank you for asking. I'm very well. Okay, Gopika, so it's your turn now. Can you share your presentation to the screen?
Sure, sir.
All right. While waiting for Gopika to share the presentations, I want to remind for the next presenters, Geraldo Gozal from SMP Dian Harapan. So please be ready, Geraldo, yeah? Okay, so Gopika is still trying to share her presentations. What are you going to present for today, Gopika?
Modern inventions that help improve the world, sir.
Oh, interesting topic.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long have you been preparing for this presentation, Gopika?
So since January.
Ooh, 2 months preparation. So do you feel nervous?
Yes, sir. Actually, not at all.
Not really nervous?
Yeah.
Okay, it means you're very ready, yeah?
Yes, sir.
All right. So judges, we're still waiting for Gopika Jayatiran from SMP Negeri 33. Okay, so there will be 2 participants left before we get into the break. And then we are going to have a break for 45 minutes after Geraldo Gozal do his presentations. But before that, let's watch Gopika's presentations first. So Gopika, how is it?
Yes, sorry, sir. Can you share it? Because I find difficulty in sharing.
Can the committee help Gopika to share the PowerPoint? All right, please wait, Gopika, yeah? Our staff will share it for you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, where are you right now, Gopika? Are you doing this from home?
Yes, sir. From my home.
Okay, so are your parents watching you right now?
Yes, they are.
Okay, don't you feel nervous while your parents are watching you?
Not. I feel more supportive. I feel more strong while they are with me.
Okay, so it boosts your confidence because your parents are there for you, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Our family
Moral support. That's nice to hear that.
Yeah, our family and our closest person is our biggest energy, our biggest strength.
Okay, so we need to overcome that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good to hear that. All right, so you're going to present about modern inventions, right, Gopika?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is your favorite invention so far? Or are you going to talk about it in your presentation?
Actually, there is something. First of all, I would like to explain the definitions of modern inventions. After that, I will do something that is that going to turn everything. It's we are going to play with time. We are going to play with time. So we are going to time travel to the past.
Ooh, doing a time travel.
Yes.
So you want to
And yeah, and our transportation is our mind. We are going to time travel using our imagination.
Oh, such an interesting invention. And if you can time travel, Gopika, in which time do you want to go?
Actually, I want to bring everyone with me to the early last century where there wasn't much technology to invent things to improve our life and our world. So, in my presentation, I'm going to compare how difficult the life in the past without modern inventions and how easy the life now in the 23rd in the in the present era while we are having modern inventions.
Ah, interesting. So you're going to compare the life in the past with lack of technology with the modern life with full of technology.
Yes, sir, exactly.
All right. So Gopika, I think you can share. You can see the screen of your presentation, right?
Yes, sir, I can see it.
Okay. So we are going to start in a moment. Gopika, are you
Yes.
ready?
Yes.
Okay. So let's make it full screen first. Okay, so judges, ready? All right. So, Gopika, you can start. So, judges, this is Gopika Jayatiran from SMP Negeri 33. Gopika, the time is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jegopika Jaintran. I'm from SMPN 33 Makassar. First of all, I would like to thank Bridon for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Today, I'm going to deliver my speech on the topic Modern Inventions that Help Improve the World. What are modern inventions? They are unique things that have been created or developed in the present era. So, why do people invent things? What is the importance of inventions? To know that, we are going to time travel to the past by using our imagination. Right now, there is a door in front of us. We go to the door. When we open our eyes, we are already back in time to the early last century when there wasn't much technology to invent things to improve our life. The people and our surroundings look very unfamiliar. There's a huge line of people waiting in front of the post office to send letters. A person shouts, "Hey, come on a bit faster. I've been waiting in this line for too long." Another person says, "Oh gosh, how exhausting." Now we are walking and looking around. There are many horse and bullock carts. Some people near a market suddenly cough, sneeze, short of breath, and feverish. The people got scared and stayed quiet. Someone takes the sick people to the hospital by bullock and cart, but it is taking too long. An old man dies in the cart. The rest of the people arrive at the hospital and a specialist doctor examines them. He says this might be a new respiratory virus, but to confirm, it would take quite a while because we don't have the technology to detect the virus in such a short time. So we can only isolate these people that are sick. After a long time, it becomes known that these people have indeed contracted a new respiratory virus. Meanwhile, unfortunately, the virus has already spread to almost the whole country. Therefore, the government decides to enforce a lockdown. Almost everywhere is closed, including schools. Even children cannot continue their educations. People cannot go to work, so they don't have income. Now, the door that took us back into the past has opened again. Now, we come back to the door to the present time. It's the 23rd century, and there is much more technology to invent things to improve our life and our world. Thus, from this, I believe everyone can realize how important and useful modern inventions can be. But smartphone and computers are modern inventions that help improve the world in terms of convenience. Modern inventions that really help our world make our life on our planet better in terms of sustainability and being eco-friendly. So what are some of these examples? Number one is Lightyear 1. Lightyear 1 is a car that is powered by solar. It can minimize carbon dioxide because it uses solar energy instead of fuel. Lightyear 1 is created with unique technology and architecture. Number 2 is Whirlpool Turbine. A new Belgian energy company invented around-the-clock water turbine that applies simple turbine construction to produce electricity for remote communities. It can be installed in rivers and canals and produces electricity for dozens of houses without damaging our environment for 24 hours a day. Importantly, it is a fish-friendly turbine. Number 3 is Seabin. Seabin is an automated floating rubbish bin that collects rubbish, debris, and oils in the ocean. Number 4 is the Flatpack Refugee Shelter or Battle Shelter. Battle Shelter is fitted with solar panels, mosquito nets, lights, ventilations, and lockable door for refugees. It can last up to 3 years. This invention is very beneficial for refugees that live in other countries without a home. Number 5 is Plastic Road. Walker Wessel created Plastic Road, a roadway that is made from 100% recycled material. Mashable recently wrote an article about plastic road. They cite that road made from plastic would be a great sustainable solution because asphalt is unsustainable, brittle, and contributes to over 1.6 million tons of carbon dioxide all around the world each year, and so on. So in conclusion, let's keep inventing things that are sustainable and eco-friendly to improve our world. Hopefully, one of these inventions can manage the enormous waste of masks and protective cloth because of COVID-19. And the last but not least, as my dad always says, let's dream big, work hard, and make it happen. Thank you very much for your time and attentions. Now I will answer to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gopika, for the presentations. So judges, that was Gopika Jayatiran from SMP Negeri 33. Now let's move on to the question session. So the first question will be from Mr. Williams, I guess. Mr. Williams.
Excuse me, sir. I think Mr. William is muted.
No, it's okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
Crystal clear, sir.
Okay, so what do you think life was like 100 years ago, before all this technology?
Life was quite difficult and slow, sir, because before technology, the thing we used to contact our relative or something or someone we know is we uses letters. But as I told in my presentation, in the past, there's a huge line of people waiting in front of the post office to send letters. So people also get frustrated because they wait too long because they can't continue their activities. When they want to contact their family or friends, they need to use post office. So there isn't any option other than that. So life was quite difficult. And also I also say something that and also transportation is quite hard in that time because they use horse and bullock carts. And also it is kind of slow then compared to the cars that we use now in the modern era. So in the old time, it is slow and difficult. Also, it is quite hard to, when also in the past time, if there is a virus like before, it would be quite a difficult situation to overcome that.
Okay. Let me ask you one question, please.
Sure, sir.
Have you got a grandmother?
Grandma, actually, no, sir. When I was kid, my both grandparents died.
Okay. How old was your grandparents? How old? How old was your grandparents?
Actually, sir, I don't have grandparents. They
No,
died.
I know. I heard what you said. I was asking how old were they when they passed away?
I think they are over 60.
Okay. Because yes, technology is good, but it doesn't increase or decrease our age. Because there's some people that lived over 100 years, and that was way before even the technology, right?
Yes, sir.
Well done, but very good. Well done.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
For the questions, and thank you, Gopika, for the response. Now, for the second questioners, it will be from Mr. Cipta. All right.
My question is, military weapons is one of the modern inventions. Do you agree if we resolve conflict with military weapons?
Yes, sir, I think. Because military weapons is just like two dimensions, sir. It can be good to protect ourselves, but it also uses for killing other people. So it doesn't matter to the military weapons. It's just up to the human that use it. So it's just the matter of how we use it. If someone is attacking us and we use us to protect ourselves, our family, our country, then I agree that it's good to have military weapons. But when you use it to killing others, well, because of money or something, or because of power, like that, like kind of things, I disagree of military weapons. So according to my opinion, it's just the category that we use it. Do we use it to protect ourselves, or do we use it to kill other people?
That's very clear answers. Yeah, Mr. Cipta. Okay, thank you very much, Gopika, for your response, and thank you, judges, for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's move to the next presenter. And I should say it again, that after the next presenter, we are going to have a break for 45 minutes. So for the rest of participants, you can start or you can do your presentations after the break. But for now, let's listen to the next presenter. We have Geraldo Gozal from SMP Dian Harapan. Hello, Geraldo.
Hello, sir.
Okay, so are you ready with your presentation, Geraldo?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you share your PowerPoint to the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what are you going to present to us today, Geraldo?
Millennial occupations and why people aspire to be them.
All right, so it's about job, yeah, occupation.
Yes.
All right, cool. Yes, we can see your presentation. Can you make it full screen?
Okay, let me search real quick. Is this good?
Yep, that's pretty clear. Okay, judges, so this is Geraldo Gozal from SMP Dian Harapan. Geraldo, the time is yours.
Okay. Millennials has to be one of the most impactful generations. They have improved and changed our lives with the things that they have done in their occupations. And today, I will be discussing how they did it. My name is Geraldo Gozal from SMP Dian Harapan, Makassar. And today I'll be discussing about millennial occupations and why people aspire to be them. But first, we need to talk about what is the aim of the presentation. The aim of the presentation is to find out the most common occupations millennials would take and why they would want to take them. But before we get to the main data, we need to discuss what is our subject. What is a millennial? Millennial usually has a big misconception of people thinking that they're, well, people in their prime or children, but they're actually people who are born within 1981 to 1996, which means that they are within the age group of 26 to 41. And now let's start off with our main data. Over here, I have the top 10 occupations that has the highest percentage of millennials in them. But to save time, I will only be talking about the top 5. You can see here that we're starting off with the highest of the high with 45% in statisticians. And at the bottom of the top 10, 36% are firefighters. Let's start off with the first one, statisticians. Statisticians are people who analyze data and new technology for businesses so that their business could use that to make more revenue. This business has been rapidly growing over the years and has a very good salary. Next up, we have bartenders. Bartenders are people who make drinks and alcohols in bars to make money as a minimum wage worker. But as a minimum wage worker, they tend to have a lot of drawbacks, such as the inability to buy houses, cars, or even save for retirement, except for a few locations, such as in Hawaii, where they earn double. And people get around this by making it a part-time job, specifically for students, because of its high flexibility. Some people do it to increase income, some people do it for experience, and others do it as a hobby. And third, we have financial analysts. Financial analysts are people who analyze finances and guides individuals about where they should invest to attain a profit. They usually direct these individuals to things such as stocks, bonds, or even other investment forms. They usually work in things such as banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and multiple other businesses. They can be found virtually anywhere. And this job also has been rapidly growing over the years, similar to statisticians. And this job also tends to attract graduates who have bachelor degrees. Fourth, we have advertising and promotions managers. These are people who plan the advertisements of policies and programs to increase the success of their business. A few examples of these policies and programs are coupons, giveaways, and even right now, contests. And these people has a good salary. These people usually make up to 6 figures, which is a number with 6 trailing zeros. But of course, to have this much, there has to be heavy requirements, such as the requirements of having a bachelor degree and multiple years of experience in this occupation. And last of the top 5, we have emergency medical technicians, or EMTs, and paramedics. These are personnel that has the task to respond to emergency calls for people in need, perform medical services, and transport people to medical facilities. This job usually is very, very strenuous in their physical need, and also is very stressful since people will have to deal with life or death situations. So because of this, a lot of the people that do these are younger millennials, people in their prime who can handle these situations. Now, why do millennials get attracted to these occupations? Millennials get attracted to these occupations from a few key findings that I managed to find, since there was a few similarities between these top 5. Let's start off with the first one, the internet. Some of these jobs, such as financial analysts, advertising and promotions managers, and statisticians, has a small relation with the internet, especially with the internet having changed how we work, especially during this pandemic. They can use it to track things such as stocks, stats, data, technology, all the sort. And the reasoning for this is because millennials were born in the age of the internet. They're accustomed to it. They know how it works. They improved it further in the 90s. Next up, we have the physical demand. As I said earlier, EMTs and paramedics has a requirement for physical demand. So does bartending. The reasoning for this is because millennials are one of the first generations to actually care and think about their physical and mental health, meaning that they are the first ones who can handle these jobs with excellency. And last up, we have the seeking of growing occupations. This can be applied to every single occupation on this list. All the occupations are occupations that are growing in popularity, revenue, which means that the occupation and their lives would float a lot easier since they would probably make more revenue over the years to come. Now let's enter the conclusion. My conclusion is that there are major similarities between these jobs, such as earlier stated, the internet relating with financial analysts, advertising and promotions managers, and statisticians, the physical demand for bartending and EMTs or paramedics, and last, the seeking for occupations that are growing in both popularity and revenue. And in my own opinion, we should be thankful for what millennials has contributed in making our lives easier. They have given us a lot of advancements in technology, which has made our life easier to communicate with one another. And they have also given us more insight and taught us to care about our own health, both physical and mental. Thank you for listening to my short presentation, and now we'll move on to the question phase.
So, judges, that was Geraldo Gozal from SMP Dian Harapan. Now, let's move on to the Q&A session. And the first questions will be delivered by Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams.
Okay, good morning, Geraldo.
Good morning, sir.
That was a very good presentation, I must say. Just a quick question, though, what I would like to answer. You said that millennials has made our life easier. Yes?
I did.
But wouldn't you say that there's different types of aspects of like anxiety and things like that because of using the internet?
There definitely is. Some people have anxiety, especially with all the things that have been happening, such as hackers, violent media, specifically hackers, because they can usually hack sites to redirect to other things.
Yes.
We can see that in multiple games, multiple sites. Even nowhere is really safe from hackers because they can always cause problems. And the anxiety and depression from it can also be caused by people who are more aggressive. Most of these people aren't even trying to be aggressive. They're usually people who are just making fun, poking fun. They're making jokes.
Yes, there is that.
Which they don't realize that it can cause massive amounts of depression and anxiety between people.
Yes. Okay, well done. Very good answer there, Geraldo. Well done. Great presentation, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Keep up the great work.
Okay, and now let's move on to the second questions. It will be from Mr. Shamswadi. Mr. Shamswadi.
Okay, Geraldo, can you hear me? Geraldo, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I'd like to focus on one of your statement for the millennial dream job. One of them is financial analysis, which analyzing the financial growth, right? Here, I would like to drag it, okay, to yeah. Do you watch the news? Are you watching the news recently about the crazy
Not
rich?
really. I don't really watch
No,
news.
let's go with what do you know about online trading or binary options?
Okay, if we're talking about online trading, I do understand a bit of it.
Or binary options. That's one
Okay.
of the millennials' dream job, right?
Yeah. Online trading, in my opinion, is definitely growing. For example, like NFTs, stock images, they've definitely been growing in popularity. And even though it's been thrown shade by a lot of social media sites, as people say, all popularity is good popularity. So they have been growing steadily and has also been making a lot more money recently, especially with like stocks like Bitcoin, Dogecoin, all those things. It can be very risky to take them because you never know. They could go up, but then they could go down. It really depends on what people talk about them. Do they say they're good? Do they say they're bad? Especially from people who have high influence over this. For example, Elon Musk, who at one point, if I'm not wrong, pointed out that Bitcoin was a good site. And at that point, numbers started to rise, which means people could sell at that point. But it is very risky, especially with people's and humans' natural need for greed. They think that it'll keep going up, but it is a risky endeavor. It's playing a game.
It's quite risky. Thank you very much, Mr. Shamswadi, and thank you very much for the response, Geraldo. Okay, so by the end of Geraldo's presentations, so for the participants and judges, we are going to enter the break session, and we are going to have a break for 45 minutes. So I will see you again in 45 minutes. And after the break, don't miss it. We are going to see the presentations from Aurelia, Gillian, Beatrice from SMP Frater. So Aurelia, I hope you're ready. After the break, you're going to do the presentations. So for the participants and judges, let's have a break for 45 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Rafael Derman Lalu, and I'm an 8th grader at Dunia Harapan School. Today, I'm going to talk about how to have a healthy and safe life in the new normal period with the Makassar Recovery Program. So as you all know, we are living in the new normal period of the COVID-19 virus pandemic. In this new normal period, the Makassar government has released the Makassar Recovery Program. Makassar Recover is a program of Makassar City COVID-19 Pandemic Prevention Innovation. This program consists of 3 stages, namely 1. Immunity, 2. Health, 3. Social adaptation and economic recovery. Hopefully, with this program, Makassar can be free from COVID-19 virus. Now, to prevent ourselves from getting infected by the COVID-19 virus, we must get vaccinated immediately and we must adhere to health protocols, which are 1. Wash your hands, 2. Wear your mask, 3. Keep a distance, 4. Stay away from crowded places, and 5. Reduce mobility. In addition, eat healthy foods and do regular exercise even at home. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Makassar Recover, peduliki, salam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, my name is Kaista Yudhya Kamandari, and I'm a 9th grade student from SMP Negeri 13 Makassar. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have changed a lot. We are forced to adapt to things we were not used to before. Everything has become very limited. Even our daily activities have changed drastically since this pandemic hit. School, work, and even entertainment. Now everything depends on the internet, such as communicating with friends via cell phone and learning through online applications. Of course, this is very uncomfortable and it's quite difficult to get used to this kind of situation. But now we have entered the new normal era. As with the name, new normal, we will return to carrying out our activities as usual, but with some new regulations that are certainly meant for the good common to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. We are required to wear masks if we want to go anywhere, wash our hands diligently as much as possible, keep our distance, and avoid crowds. In this new normal era, we must make the best use of our time by doing useful activities, exercise regularly, and also eat nutritious foods and drinks. Don't let COVID-19 hamper our productivity. Keep doing useful activities, and don't forget to always follow health protocols. The chance of getting COVID-19 will be smaller if we can maintain our stamina. Pray diligently and always be happy. Let's succeed Makassar recover. Make Makassar to be a productive city and free of COVID-19. In choosing the English ambassador for Makassar, I ask for help and support from all my family, friends, and relatives so that I can be elected and represent the beloved city of Makassar.
Makassar, penduduk selamat. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We ever wondered, what are these shield logos? What is Makassar Recover? Well, today, I am Kevin from class 8D in SM Makassar. We tell some quick facts around it and how to live a healthy and safe life during this time. Sometime around 2019, a virus called COVID-19 began spreading in mainland China. The virus was so contagious that it even spread into Indonesia, and the government took action. So in March of 2020, most regions around Indonesia, including Makassar, went into lockdown. According to CNN Indonesia, Makassar has been leading the most COVID-19 cases in the entire island of Sulawesi, with more than 62,000 cases as of June 6, 2021. So, what could the Makassar government do? The Makassar government needs to figure out how to keep track of people who are going to be traveling or doing activities outside their homes. This is where Makassar Recover comes in. Makassar Recover helps the government to keep track of healthy and infected people around Makassar. So if you went to the mall, simply going to a supermarket, everyone will know that you are healthy. Makassar Recover also provides vaccination programs that are safe for anyone to participate. Another way you can help the government is by staying home. How on earth does staying home help you? Well, staying home helps the government to ignore your activities since you're just staying home, and helps the government to focus on high-risk individuals instead. Staying home can also lower your chances of getting infected with COVID since you're staying home with less contact with other people. While staying home, you'll be protected from COVID-19, but not from other diseases such as diabetes, obesity, and etc. Some ways you can do to stay healthy at home is by exercising regularly and keeping track of your diet. Thank you for watching my video. If you do like my video, please like and share. Abide by the rules, always wear your mask, wash your hands, and remember to support Makassar Recover. Makassar, peduli selamat.
You know what? Things could be difficult sometimes, but a big journey starts with small steps. So I believe that we can all make it past this era together. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Nur Fatima Az-Zahra from Akira Islamic Junior High School, and the single most important thing I want to share with you guys today is starting strong in the new normal era with Makassar Recover. Pandemic has surely impacted our lives, both physically and mentally. But fortunately, a few months ago, we started the new normal era. For most people, this change is surely new. When we can meet our friends face to face again, meeting other people offline rather than online, we had so many things to catch up on, and overall, it was a very different environment. Including in my city where I live, Makassar, we faced the same situation. Thankfully, the government is making a program called Makassar Recover, which is a program to support and help people on how to do their daily activities outside safely and with healthy precautions. After vaccination, we can see the evidence that many public places can be opened again, and the economy in Makassar can run back to normal. And in the end, Makassar returned to level 2, which marked that Makassar had successfully passed its difficult period. So in other words, we can say that no matter how difficult the problem is, if we do it together, we can all get past it. I'd appreciate it if you guys support me by liking, commenting, and sharing this video with your friends and family. And that is what I wanted to share with you today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Makassar, peduliki, salam lagi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Andi Muhammad Asa. I'm an 8th grader from Attila Junior High School. Straight to the topic, I still remember the days where COVID nearly made us kick the bucket when only bad news were broadcasted on TV. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to say the gloomy days are near the end. Indonesia is slowly recovering from COVID, and the mayor of Makassar did his part very well. Makassar recovery did an amazing job, and you should do your part too. How? Let me break it down to you. Makassar recovery consists of 3 main points: immune strengthening, social adaptation, and economic recovery. We all know what social adaptation is: maintaining distances, the Peduli app, work from home, and school periods are cut in half, which I personally love. But nevertheless, our lifestyle shouldn't be softened up either. Exercise, eat healthy, which brings us to the next point: immune strengthening. Get your vaccine shots, guys. I know some of us is skeptical. It's not lard, it's not gamma serum, and I repeat, it is not Titan spinal fluid. It's free, it's safe, and it's easy to be accessed. But taking one doesn't turn you immortal. You still can get COVID. So if you ever stand next to someone, you feel your chest tightening, you can't breathe properly, head spinning, temperature rising, and butterflies in your stomach, get yourself checked. It's not love, it might be COVID. Lastly, economic recovery. Multiple supports are given, like charity funds and health protocol support. Now, malls, restaurants, and cinemas can now be open. But remember, all of this won't be achieved without the hard work from our mayor, Mr. Dani Pomanto, 15,000 Makassar recovery relevance, and everyone in between. Yeah, including you and me. But folks, the storm ain't finished yet. Grab your mask, keep your distances, sit tight, I'll see you in the new normal world. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all from me. I would truly appreciate it if you'd support me to be selected as an English ambassador. Makassar, peduliki, salam lagi.
Have you ever wondered why there are all these increased precautions and increased quarantine times? Well, lucky you. I'm going to be discussing about a program that has created all of these precautions and has a very structural and creative way to keep everybody protected and safe from the virus. My name is Geraldo Gozo. I'm from Sekolah Dan Harapan, and today we're going to be talking about Makassar Recover. Makassar Recover is a program designed by the government and vice government to keep everybody worryless and protected. Now, this program has multiple interesting factors, such as the team that was designed to, first of all, take your breath particles, then they'll take your blood pressure, then last of all, they'll take your temperature. They'll take all of this information and send it over to a lab to analyze it and send you the results if you are indeed carrying the virus through a barcode that they give you during the test. There are also multiple other things, such as the MRE, Makassar Recover ecosystem, which consists of social adaptation, health immunity, and economic recovery. And this is mainly made to help people cope with the new normal. Now, the government is working hard to keep us safe from the virus, but they can't do it alone. We need to help them too, and if we do it as a community, we can kill the virus, I guess, in a very safe way. And there are also other things such as geographical and demographical views for Makassar, which they use to determine which are the most dangerous areas and the areas that we need to look after the most, which is all great and all, but in my opinion, even though all of this is great, such as analyzing data or keeping everybody protected in general, it could make us lower our guard and go out without following the precautions, and we can't necessarily do that. Because if we do, there's a chance we might carry the virus and give it to the elderly or the younger loved ones, or even die from it ourselves. So, even with all these precautions in place, still follow the rules that they give you, such as, first of all, wearing your mask, washing your hands, and staying at home if possible. Now, with any system, there has to be its ups and downs, but we're on a positive note, so let's talk about the positives. The system tends to keep us more safe and makes us feel more comfy. We're protected from the virus due to all these precautions, and overall, it is quite a useful feat. And now, with any system, there has to be its negatives. The negatives are that we can't be in events or crowded areas for too long, and education has also been hit pretty hard because most people now having to resort to online school. But all of this is sacrificed for our safety and protection from the virus. But you may have heard me say guidelines a few times, and I haven't really mentioned what they are, so let's talk about them. Now, these guidelines are, first, we have to wear our masks whenever we are outside, always wash our hands nice and consistently, try to avoid touching your face and avoid from large crowds. Then I recommend you to stay a good distance away from other people. You should also disinfect frequently touched objects, and if you are feeling unwell or have suspicion that you are carrying COVID-19, try to isolate yourselves as much as possible. Now, all these guidelines are indeed quite strict, but it's all needed for our protection. And if you do have trouble trying to keep up with this, I'd recommend to stay up to date with new information from the news and just follow the guidelines if possible and make it feel like it's normal. Make it a normal thing in your lives. So it seems this is all the time we have for now. Thank you for listening to this, and hopefully you could consider joining and supporting this new program called Makassar Recover. And to spread the news, share this video to anyone you know. Thank you for watching this video through and through. Makassar, peduli sesama ki. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Angelin Fidoyahiki, a 7th grade student in Stella Gracia Junior High School, Makassar. I can't believe it's almost 2022 and we're still stuck in this pandemic. Good thing, on March 5th, our mayor, Mr. Dani Pomanto, launched a program called the Makassar Recovery Program. The three basic elements from this program is acceleration of health recovery, social adaptation, and economic recovery. Through this program, Mr. Mayor and his team hope that we could bring down the COVID-19 cases and stabilize our economy. From these three elements, I'll be focusing on the first one, which is the acceleration of health recovery. Some ways you can use to help is by following the health protocol. In case you forgot, it is wearing a mask, practicing social distancing, and sanitizing your hands daily. I hope you remember these and apply these to your daily activities. Also, don't forget to get vaccinated and stay at home whenever possible. Why am I most concerned about this element? It is because after the acceleration of health recoveries, the COVID cases can decrease and all activities can occur normally, which means malls, restaurants, manufacturers, and tourist attractions can operate normally again, which will lead to the recovery of our economy. Let us all participate and contribute to this program. I hope that everyone realizes that COVID does exist and will help us to get through it together, so that COVID can be defeated once and for all. That's it for today. I'm Angelin Fidoyahiki. Please support me by liking and sharing this video. Stay safe, stay healthy. Makassar, peduli, salam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, my name is Dania Rehan Yusuf and I'm in 8th grade from Metro School Makassar. New normal is a change of behavior to carry out normal activities but with the implementation of health protocols to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. To do so, we must wash our hands diligently, do physical distancing, and wear a mask. To avoid the COVID-19 virus, the Makassar Recovery Program consists of 3 main activities. First, health immunity, building health immunity through monitoring population mobility using QR codes of mobile apps at the individual and group level. Second, social adaptation, harmonizing all the components of government and society to move together, supporting the program and becoming the top of mind in the community. Third, economic recovery, providing digital infrastructure for the community to protect the supply and demand of the economic chain during the pandemic. Feel free to choose me as Duta Bahasa Inggris Makassar. Makassar, peduli Ki, salam Ki. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everybody, my name is Bezaki Salman Biosima and I will be representing SMP 30 Makassar. Today, I will be talking about living healthy life with the program Makassar Kota. You know, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has lasted for more than a year, has changed many things in our daily lives. In addition, wearing masks, washing hands, and carrying hand sanitizers are new habits that are starting to be imposed. The enforcement of restrictions on community activities, better known as PPKM, which has been repeatedly utilized, has had many impacts in online social lives, especially in terms of economy. This limited gathering has also caused some businesses to lose customers. The teaching system is also less effective if only done online. Furthermore, social interaction among the community is greatly reduced. What comes to my mind is the program Makassar Recover is expected to be the starting point for the revival of Makassar community by implementing new and more effective treatments. Another point to consider is that there are several steps that have been taken by the government to this program, namely socialization, vaccines, and equitable data collection to digital applications in order that public health status can be measured accurately. This is extremely important to do to prepare people to get accustomed of the new normal concept, which is a reflection that it's time for us to live side by side with COVID-19. In general, let us work together to make this program a success so that we are better prepared to live a new normal life, revive the economy, and continue to build relationships with our relatives. Let us fight COVID not as an individual, but as a whole. Having said that, to make this happen, I like you guys to support me to become the best participant there is and be the spearhead in the program Makassar Recover. Makassar, peduli Ki, salam Ki.
Hi everyone, my name is Irene Maros Alvarez. I'm an 8th grade student at Adventist Middle School in Makassar. We all know that the COVID-19 was first identified in Indonesia on 2nd March 2020. According to Compass website, more than 4 million cases of COVID-19 have been reported. It's quite a lot of number, and it's still growing. So to face COVID-19, we must change our lifestyle to a healthy and safe life in the new normal. What do we do to accomplish that? Let's find out. For example, first, eat nutritious food every day so that we can reduce the risk of getting the COVID-19 virus. Second, exercise regularly. Regular exercise can be done between 10 to 15 minutes. Third, make sure to get enough rest. Fourth, maintain cleanliness around us. For example, bring a hand sanitizer and remember to always wash your hands. Fifth, comply with the health protocols such as maintaining distance and wear your mask. Sixth, for work and school, you can do it from home with online applications such as Zoom and WebEx. Seventh, sell and buy things with online applications to minimize physical contact. Now that is all on how to be living a healthy and safe life in the new normal. Please do me a favor and like this video. I really hope this video will be useful. And remember to always comply with the health protocols. And last but not least, why Makassar? Peduli ki, salamat ki. Goodbye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Fania Kalista Zahra. I'm currently a 7th grade student in Sala Gracia Junior High School, Makassar. Today, I will talk about the program that was designed by the local government of Makassar to fight the spread of COVID-19 in Makassar, called Makassar Recovery. As we all know, recovery means recover, healthy, and safe. So the main goals of the program are health immunity, social adaptation, and economic recovery. But today, I will mainly talk about the health immunity section. In order for the Makassar Recovery Program to succeed, not only the hard work of the local government that's needed, but all of us, Makassar citizens, should trust each other and work together in order to be free from COVID-19 permanently. We can do our roles by doing mass vaccination, following the health protocols such as wearing masks, social distancing, and doing self-isolation, especially for the people who got infected by the virus. Why am I talking about Makassar Recovery Program? It's because I really hope everyone in Makassar can be involved in this program and following the instructions by the government, so that hopefully someday we can finally be free from COVID-19 and live normally as we used to before the pandemic started. Thank you everyone for watching my video. I hope you stay safe always. Don't forget to like and share my video. That's all from me. Makassar peduli ki, selamat ki. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Together we battle against COVID with Makassar Recovery.
Hello, people of the internet. My name is Samuel Yusrianta Manuel from Class 8A of Sekolah Dian Harapan Makassar School. Makassar has been experiencing a lot of difficulties since the day of the COVID outbreak in Indonesia and had been a red zone for COVID-19 infection for quite a long time. Makassar even became one of the Indonesian provinces with the most COVID cases, but it has recently changed. Most of you should have noticed quite a steep decline of COVID cases in Makassar, and it is all thanks to this one new program by the government named Makassar Recover.
Okay. So, what is this program, I hear you ask? Basically, Makassar Recover aims to reduce COVID cases while also fixing a very prominent problem in the pandemic, which is the economy in 3 simple steps. First, health immunity. Second, social adaptation. And third, economic recovery.
With different innovations and workarounds, we can keep ourselves safe from home while also working with enhanced software for the best of 2 worlds. And if we are infected, advanced healthcare and first screening will get us covered. Ensure our health to the max with vaccine, genuses, and masks, and get good mental health through online teaching, talk shows, and other fun online activities. Seems good, right?
Now, I would like to encourage every one of you watching this video to please follow the health safety protocol and guidelines. We're all in this together, and only by staying strong with our commitments may we continue to step forward for a better Makassar. Let us make our beloved city a great place for a brighter future.
Thank you for watching this short video till the end. If you want to know about Makassar Recover, you can check their social media account through Facebook, Instagram, and many other platforms. Don't forget to like this video and share it if you like it. To all my friends and family, please continue to support me. It will be greatly appreciated. Makassar, peduli ki, salamat.
Good day. My name is Jennifer Dinata. I am 12 years old and I'm from Binatitra Indonesian School. As we all know, our beloved city of Makassar has been battling this COVID-19 since early last year. Thankfully, huge progress has been made in order to overcome this pandemic. Currently, our city has slowly but surely adapted to this new way of living by implementing the Makassar Recover program. The people of Makassar are diligently following the necessary health protocols based on the guidelines made by the government. As a result of that, we have seen our lives getting back to some form of normalcy by adapting and adjusting to this new normal. One of the most important things in the program is to achieve health immunity for all the people of Makassar. It is imperative that we encourage others to eat a healthy and balanced diet with regular exercise. As we all know, one of our first defenses to guard ourselves from the virus is having a strong immunity. A strong immune system will help keep the virus away from our body. Secondly, making sure that everyone is fully vaccinated in order to achieve herd immunity. We can do this by giving our family, friends, and neighbors an educated information on the safety and importance of the vaccination. Thirdly, we must implement the 5M set by our local government. So, what is 5M? Number one, we must always practice social distancing. We can do this by keeping a 2-meter distance between ourselves and others. Number two, always avoid crowds. Number three, always wash your hands with soap and water. Number four, always wear your masks when going out. And number five, only go out when necessary. If we can implement and practice the Makassar Recover program in our daily lives, I believe that very soon we will be able to see a tremendous improvement to our beloved city of Makassar, and we'll see our livelihoods go back to some sort of normalcy. Thank you for watching the video, and if you've enjoyed it, make sure to like and share to your family, friends, and neighbors. Thank you for watching. Makassar, peduli,
Do you know how much loss we had to experience due to COVID-19 pandemic? In 2020, Makassar's economic growth decreased to -1.27%, and it means that people are getting fired from their work and experiencing reduced work opportunities. People are losing their income and struggling to live, so we need to stop this from getting worse. Hi, my name is Aziza Trikusumawardani. I'm from 6th Junior High School Makassar and I'm in 8th grade. Today I'm going to present Makassar Recovery Program with fun. F. Following the health and safety instructions. Wear a mask, keep your physical distance, wash your hands regularly, reduce mobility and stay away from crowded places. These actions will prevent us from infecting and being infected by COVID-19. You understand the importance of vaccine. COVID-19 vaccination could protect us by creating an immune system in our body that will prevent and fight coronavirus infection. When a large portion of the community becomes immune to a disease, the spread of disease from person to person is unlikely. We call this herd immunity. At this stage, we can start open businesses so that they become productive again and earn income that will help the growth of economy. And new normal with social adaptation. As the business operates again, we need to do social adaptation to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We can apply business protocol, event protocol, and entry protocol. So we can keep the business running, but these protocols regulate them with healthy and safety instruction. If we can apply fun in our daily basis, I believe we can recover together, living healthy and helping our economy grow positive. Please support me to become Makassar English Ambassador. Makassar Recovery, Makassar, peduli ki, selamat ki.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings everyone. My name is Ani Alia Anika Maisara, and I am a 9th grader from Madinah Islamic Junior High School. Today I'm gonna tell you how the pandemic isn't so bad. We are strong, no matter where we came from, and no matter what lies before us. We are all in this together. We have a long way ahead of us, and here education. Our third point, economic recovery. Government show their support fully to the recovery of our happy lives here in Makassar. I'm proud of our beloved city, the great mayor, all the hardworking personnel, and even the citizens, for us to stand firm till this very moment. With everyone's hard work, new normal is already at reach. Last but not least, I want to ask for all of you guys for supporting me to be selected for English brand ambassadors. Makassar, peduli Ki, salam Ki.
Kualitas sebuah kota sangat ditentukan oleh kualitas pendidikan di kota itu. Pendidikan anak-anak, terkhusus pendidikan bahasa Inggris, menjadi bahagian yang mewarnai kekuatan kota itu untuk bisa menjadi kota global. Makassar sebagai kota dunia tentunya sangat konsen dengan pendidikan bahasa bagi anak-anak kota ini. Untuk itu, izinkan saya, Muhammad Ramdan Pomanto, Wali Kota Makassar, mengajak kepada anak-anakku sekalian, bukan hanya di Kota Makassar, di Sulawesi Selatan, kota-kota kabupaten di seluruh Indonesia, mari kita bersama-sama mengikuti pemilihan Duta Bahasa Inggris SMP tingkat nasional yang insya Allah akan diselenggarakan dalam tahun ini, dan insya Allah menjadi bahagian ajang bagi anak-anakku sekalian untuk menguji coba kemampuan berbahasa Inggris kita. Dan temanya sangat menarik, Makassar Recover. Recover sendiri adalah Smart Emergency Protocol Against COVID-19 and Services. Sebuah konsep penanganan COVID menyangkut diri kita, menyangkut kehidupan kita. Mari mendaftar, kita bertarung menjadi duta-duta bahasa Inggris dengan tema yang menarik, Makassar Recover. Peduli kini, selamat.
Hi everyone, my name is Angelika Deoputri Batara. I'm a former student of Britain English School. I studied there for about 9 years before I moved to United Kingdom to St Andrews College, Cambridge 2 years ago. Last year, I graduated with an astonishing result, thanks to them. And right now, I am a university student in University of Bristol, studying politics and international relations. As we all know, English is a very important skill to master nowadays. It can open up an abundance of opportunities internationally and nationally. It can really help you achieve your success whenever it may be in your life. Now, to refine and improve your skill in English, come and join the selection of English Ambassador within junior high school level in Makassar. The main prize of this event is a scholarship for studying in the UK for about a month. So good luck, be the representative of your school, be the pride of the city, and I'll see you in Cambridge. Bye!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Andi Nadine Trijarkusha and I'm 9th grade student from Telkom Junior High School, Makassar. We all know that the last 2 years have been very difficult times for many people almost all over the world. During that time, the world's population has to carry out strict health protocols and activity restrictions. The spread of COVID-19 throughout the world has changed the joints of life for the world's population, including Indonesia. Especially in Makassar, the mayor's policy enabling Makassar recover and succeed in reducing the spread of COVID-19. This success can be done without the discipline of the people of Makassar City, which is assisting in daily activities and maintaining health protocols. The cooperation between the Makassar City government and the Makassar City community is expected to continue the Makassar recovery to keep the spread of COVID-19 under control and make the Makassar City can return to normal. Although now the spread of COVID-19 has decreased dramatically and everyone has been allowed to carry out the stage, such as the opening face-to-face schools on a limited basis, but we still have to be disciplined in maintaining health protocols. Finally, let's remain disciplined in maintaining health protocols to help the Makassar recover properly. And don't forget to vaccinate for healthy Indonesia. I really need support from all of you, especially my family and friends, so that I can be selected as the English ambassador of our city, Makassar. Makassar, peduli ki, selamat ki. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everybody, my name is Adrian Zaki Ariadi, but you can call me Adrian. I'm living in Makassar and I'm currently studying at Metro School, grade 7. It has now been almost 2 years since the start of this COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed the lives of millions and has changed the world we know today. This pandemic has not only devastated poor countries, but has also shaken wealthy countries, especially in economic and healthcare sectors. Our city, Makassar, is no exception. It has also been affected by this pandemic. Without a doubt, this pandemic has forced us to change our way of living, from the way we attend schools or workplaces to our access Hi everybody, my name is Adrian Zaki Ariadi, you can call me Adrian. I'm living in Makassar and I'm grade 7. It has now been almost 2 years since the start of this COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed the lives of millions and has changed the world we know today. This pandemic has not but it's also shaken wealthy countries, especially in economic and healthcare sectors. Our city, Makassar, is no exception. It has also been affected by this pandemic.
Without a doubt, this pandemic has forced us to change our
vaccinations, and prayers. 5M and safety protocols. It is in the habit of society where everyone is obligated to apply 5M protocols in everyday life for the safety of self and others. Namely, 1. Keep the distance. 2. Prevent crowds. 3. Washing hands. 4. Wear a mask. And 5. Restricting mobility and interaction. I respectfully request that all my family, friends, and relatives provide support and prayers so that I can be elected as an English ambassador. I am Andi Putri Akila Gania Salsabila from 9th grade of State Junior High School 6 Makassar. Puduliki, salamaki. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi everyone, my name is Rafael Jerman Lalo, and I'm an 8th grader at Dunia Harapan School. Today, I'm going to talk about how to have a healthy and safe life in the new normal period with the Makassar Recover Program. So as you all know, we are living in the new normal period of the COVID-19 virus pandemic. In this new normal period, the Makassar government has released the Makassar Recover Program. Makassar Recover is a program of Makassar City COVID-19 Pandemic Prevention Innovation. This program consists of 3 stages, namely 1. Immunity, 2. Health, 3. Social adaptation and economic recovery. Hopefully, with this program, Makassar can be free from the COVID-19 virus. Now, to prevent ourselves from getting infected by the COVID-19 virus, we must get vaccinated immediately and we must adhere to health protocols, which are 1. Wash your hands, 2. Wear your mask, 3. Keep a distance, 4. Stay away from crowded places, and 5. Reduce mobility. In addition, eat healthy foods and do regular exercise even at home. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Makassar Recover, peduliki, salamaki.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, my name is Kaistaidia Kamandari, and I'm 9th grade student from SMP Negeri 13 Makassar. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have changed a lot. We are forced to adapt to things we were not used to before. Everything has become very limited. Even our daily activities have changed drastically since this pandemic hit. School
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our final stage of Duta Bahasa Inggris Kota, Makassar. Well, before we start and continue to the next participant, I would like to greet all the participants first today. So, hello everyone, are you there? Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Okay, welcome back to participants. Okay, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And welcome back also to the judges. Hello, Mr. Williams. Okay, so I guess you have had your lunch, sir, haven't you? Not yet.
Yes, very quickly, I just had a quick sandwich.
Okay, well, that's lovely. And also to our judges here in Makassar, welcome back to Mr. Chipta and Mr. Shamswadi. Hello. Okay, thank you very much for the judges and participants. Welcome back to the second sessions of Duta Bahasa Inggris Kota Makassar, the final stage. And for the second sessions of today, we are going to have 15 more participants to perform in front of the judges. So, are you ready? Hello, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Great. So now let's directly continue to the next participants, which will be Aurelia Gillian Beatrice from SMP Frater. Hello, Aurel.
Hello.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you, sir.
You're doing great. Good to hear that. So, Aurel, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, can you share your PowerPoint to the screen, please? Okay, so what are you going to present for today, Aurel?
For me, I'm going to present campaigns around the world in youth contribution.
Okay, so it's about youth generation. To remind for the next participant, please be ready after Aurel. It's going to be Jemima Amelia Putri from SMP Negeri 6. Okay, so please be ready, Jemima, because your turn is next. Okay, so Aurel, have you shared your PowerPoint to the screen?
It should be here.
All right, should be there. Okay, but I haven't.
Can you see it?
Any shared screen yet. Maybe it's loading. Okay, so all right, it's there, Aurel.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, can you make it into full screen, please?
Yeah, here.
All right. Okay, great. So, judges, are you ready? All right. So, judges, this is Aurelia Gillian Beatrice from SMP Frater. Aurel, the time is yours.
Okay. Hello, good evening to all. Good morning, good evening to all of the dear adjudicators and to all of the participants. First of all, I would like to say thank you for this chance that is given to me to present my presentation. But before I start my presentation, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aurelia Gillian Beatrice and I am an 8th grader from Kota Junior High School, Makassar. The topic that I have chosen for today's presentation is campaigns around the world in youth contributions. But to better understand the topic that I'm going to be talking about today, first we need to understand what a campaign is. Well, what comes to your mind when you hear the word campaign? For me, a campaign is a planned set of events or activities that people carry out over a period of time to achieve a certain or particular goal. Now, there are many different types of campaigns: education campaigns, ad campaigns, social campaigns, and so on. But for today, I would like to specifically focus on educational campaigns. But why do we need to make educational campaigns? Well, there are several reasons why. But for me, I think the reason is that there are still a lot of problems in the education system, such as the culture, the lack of interest from students to study, and the newest problem is the impact of COVID-19. Now, let's see from the first problem, the culture. In a couple of countries that had been colonized a few decades back, they have the mindset that education is not important, or that education is not an important thing to pursue. So this mindset is caused by the fact that back then, when they were still colonized, the colonizers did not allow them to get proper education. Even if they did, the only people that were allowed to get education is male students, specifically male students from an aristocratic family. So the youth and the younger generations have decided to make an educational campaign to help change the point of view of the people there. Example, this education campaign in Africa called Africa Educates Her. So the possible thing that the youth can think of is to show people that how education can change the world and how education can change basically everything. Now, let's see the second problem, the impact of COVID-19. As we all know, the fact because of COVID-19, basically everything is we need to do basically everything online, like studying. But studying was cost. But online school has been proven to be very difficult for countries that has not integrated technology into their learning process. So teachers and students have to force themselves to adapt very quickly into this situation. So to help with this situation, the youth and the younger generations have decided to make an educational campaign like this. The education campaign in Vietnam, Connection and Computers for Children. The Prime Minister of Vietnam have decided to donate and raise money to buy laptops for students that doesn't have the correct things to do online school. But what does people do in Indonesia? Well, the government has decided to give students free internet connection so that they can study well. We as the young people and as the youth, we must remember to use all of this correctly. Now, the summary. There are many different problems in the education system, but the most recent problem is COVID-19. Because of COVID-19, we are forced to do online school, and online school has been proven to be very difficult. For me, and I'm pretty sure some of the students feel the same way. Well, so that we can improve how we study, please remember to wear your mask, follow social distance, follow the safety protocols, and please get vaccinated. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Aurel. And judges, that was Aurel from SMP Frater. Now, Aurel, we are going to enter the Q&A session. For the first question, it will be from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's your turn, sir. You can ask the questions to Aurel.
Okay. Good morning, Aura. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good. How do you pronounce your middle name? Is it Gillian?
It's Jillian.
Okay, thank you. You say that you find studying online not as good as studying in the classroom.
Yeah, I did.
Can you elaborate on that a bit, please?
For me, the main problem in online studying is the fact that some people that lives very far away or in places that doesn't have any good connection, they struggle to connect to an example like Zoom meetings or Google Meet meetings. And for me personally, I find it very hard to ask questions to teachers because I don't really know the teachers very well to be asking questions, to feel comfortable asking questions. That's all.
Isn't it your regular teachers?
It's not my unregular teachers. It's just their new teachers that I don't really know. So.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the first questions, and now we are going to hear the second questions from the second judges. It will be from Mr. Cipta.
Oke, dari SMP Frater ya. Saya mau tanya dong, kira-kira dari sekolah kamu program yang melibatkan mahasiswa itu apa-apa aja?
Pertanyaannya boleh diulang?
Ya, di sekolah kamu SMP Frater, kegiatan-kegiatan ekstrakurikuler apa aja yang melibatkan siswa-siswinya?
Oh, okay. So for me, there are two main extracurricular that is in my school. The first one that I joined is Pano Digital. The Pano Digital extracurricular is made to help students learn about technology. Yeah, that's basically.
Or is there more extracurricular that you can mention about your school?
There are a lot of sections. There are like 3. There's Pano Digital, there's Legio Maria, there's like music extracurricular, and there's singing, and there's for basic materials like physics, geography, math, and English. So.
Okay, so there are a lot of extracurriculars are in your school, yeah? Okay, Mr. Cipta, is that enough?
Menurut kamu kira-kira penting nggak sih kalau misalkan kita ikut serta di kegiatan ekstrakurikuler dan kontribusi apa yang bisa kita berikan supaya sekolah kamu itu juga brand sekolahnya dikenal di mana-mana?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't really hear you.
Okay, so is it important to join an extracurricular, Aurel? And what can you do to make your school become well known?
For me, what I can do and what I will do is to join competitions and promote it on social media. And joining extracurriculars is very important. You have to pick one. You can only pick one so you don't get tired from doing extracurriculars and studying.
Quite important to join an extracurricular, yeah?
Yes.
Is that enough, Mr. Cipta? All right. Thank you very much for the judges for the questions, and thank you, Aurel, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Now, let's move on to the next participant. For the next participant, we have Jemima Amelia Putri from SMP Negeri 6 Makassar. Hello, Jemima.
Hello, sir.
Okay, so are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Can you share your PowerPoint to the screen, please?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, while waiting for Jemima's presentation, I need to remind Bill Zaki Zalman from SMP Negeri 30 because you're going to be the next presenter. Okay, so Jemima, what are you going to present to us today?
It's modern inventions that help improve the world.
All right, so you're going to talk about modern inventions. Can you make the PowerPoint full screen, please?
Okay.
All right, that's better. Okay, so judges, this is Jemima Amelia Putri from SMP Negeri 6 Makassar. Jemima, the time is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
everyone is doing well today. My name is Jemima Amelia Putri. I'm an 8th grade student from SMP Negeri 6 Makassar, and I'm here to present about modern inventions that help improve the world. In my presentation today, I will talk in two main parts. Firstly, I will talk about what modern inventions are. Secondly, I will talk about the modern inventions that help improve the world. And thirdly, I will summarize and conclude from the content of my material. And the last one is question and answer session. Okay, first, let's talk about what is modern invention. According to the dictionary, modern means relating to the present. For example, the current decade or the present century. Something modern is something new and involves the latest ideas or equipment. Meanwhile, invention means the process of creating something that has never been made before or something that has just been designed and created. So modern inventions are new inventions that has just been discovered. Now that we know what modern inventions are, let's move on to the modern inventions that help improve the world. The first inventions I want to talk about is the internet. Compared to technological inventions that have been around for hundreds of years, such as the microscope or telescope, the internet is still in its infancy. However, the internet has arguably changed the world more than any other invention of today. So, what is the internet? The internet is a fast network that connects computers, phones, and other gadgets all over the world. Through the internet, people can share information and communicate from anywhere with an internet connection. Because the internet has so many similarities with because the internet has so many similarities in functions or advantages with the next invention that I want to talk about, I will just continue my material to the second invention, which is smartphones. The first technological discovery that now makes everyone cannot be separated from it is a smartphone. Communication has always been the key to success, from war to relationship. The comparison between today's cell phones, which offer instant, unrestricted communication, and the old-fashioned paper and pen process is astounding. So, what is a smartphone? Smartphones are mobile phones that have a high level of capabilities, sometimes with functions that resemble computers. What advantages does this smartphone have so that it is demanded, liked, and owned by almost the entire world population? Before I continue, remember that the advantages or the functions of the smartphone are similar to the internet. Okay, let me continue. The first one is communication. You can communicate with anyone and anywhere using a smartphone. For example, you can contact family or friends that are away from you. You can contact them from your home, your work, or your school with just a smartphone. 2, transaction. You can make any transaction via smartphone. For example, by buying things online, paying bills, making travel reservations, and buying tickets. 3, get information. You can get a very wide variety of information through your smartphone. For example, you can check what time it is just by turning on your smartphone. You can find the right way while driving by opening the map on your smartphone. And you can get the weather forecast on your smartphone. Basically, you can get any information via smartphone. And the fourth one is entertainment. You can get a lot of entertainment by using a smartphone. For example, you can play any games you want with your smartphone. You can read novels, comics, and the others with your smartphone. You can watch a lot of entertainment videos or even films on the applications on your smartphone. In addition to the advantages, of course, smartphones have disadvantages, which is, if not controlled, it can make users seem to forget the real world. 2, can make users addicted and not good for mental health. 3, creating classes in society so that there is a barrier between people. And 4, increased expenses if not used wisely and productively. So we should not use smartphones all of the time. And that's all my main presentation. Let's make a conclusion or summary. Modern inventions are new inventions that has just been discovered. The modern invention that can help improve the world. And how does it help improve the world? The first one is the internet. Through the internet, people can share information and communicate from anywhere with an internet connection. 2, smartphone. We can communicate with other people, do transactions, get a lot of information and entertainment through a smartphone. And that's all my presentation today. Let's move on to question and answer session.
Okay, thank you very much, Jemima, for the presentation. So judges, that was Jemima Amelia Putri from SMP Negeri 6, Kota Makassar. Now, let's move on to the question and answer session. So for the first questioner, it will be from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, please.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Okay, you were talking about modern inventions. Where would you see like the internet in 5 years' time?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Where do you see the internet going in 5 years' time?
I would see the internet in 5 years' time as it would be more advanced, of course. Example, for example, it can be used in more technologies in the world.
Have you got any examples?
Maybe we can use it in technologies that help humans to improve, as like laptop, maybe
Well,
computer.
they do that already now. I was thinking more like in terms of like technology based, because if you've got, say for instance, the internet, and most of it's sent and received by satellites now.
I have an example. It's smart trash bins. It used to separate trash that can be recycled and can't be recycled.
Okay, very good. Yes, well done. Good answer.
For the questions, Mr. Williams, and for the response, Jemima. And then for the second questions, it will be from Mr. Shamswadi.
Hello, sir.
Can you?
Sorry?
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Modern inventions on your presentation. Now, I'd like to make a statement here. Listen carefully. Modern inventions make life easier, but in the other hand, make people lazier. Do you agree? If you agree, why do? And if you don't agree, why not?
I agree. Modern inventions can make people lazier because it doesn't make people trying to do something, because things are getting easier with modern inventions. I think that's it.
The statement from Mr. Adi. Okay, is that enough, Mr. Adi? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Adi and Mr. Williams, and thank you for Jemima for the presentations.
Thank you.
All right, so guys, now we are on the 13th participants for today, and the next participant will be Bill Zaki Zalman from SMP Negeri 30 Makassar. Hello, Bill.
Hi, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Okay, so are you ready with your presentation, Bill?
Ready?
All right, can you share it to the screen, please?
Yeah, just hold on.
Okay, while waiting for Bill to share his presentation, I want to remind for the next presenter, Samuel Yusrianto Manuel from SMP Dian Harapan. Please be ready because it's your turn next. All right, so Bill, what's your topic for today?
My topic is modern inventions that help improve the world.
Okay.
Again.
You're going to consider inventions, yeah?
Yes, but this time I will be focusing more on why is modern invention there, as in like, why modern inventions are there. Later I'll explain.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to wait for that. So judges, this is Bill Zaki Zalman from SMP Negeri 30. Bill, the time is yours.
Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I express my greatest gratitude because we can gather in this place with healthy conditions in the midst of the COVID-19 virus attack, which is still rampant. I'm Bill Zaki Zalman Bilsima, representing SMP 30. Today, I will be discussing modern inventions that help improve the world. So, this is a brief history of technological development. So, early human life, when there's no phones or Wi-Fi, we rely on stick and stones. In the past, early humans conveyed information through paintings on cave walls. Now, the flow of information can be accessed via the internet easily. So, human activities were limited to hunting and gathering, and their lives in general were still nomadic. So the tools or equipment used by humans at this time were limited to supply these activities. Most of the tools in this era are made of stones and bones. Each tool has a special use, such as cutting trees, hunting, skinning animals, and others. My point is technological developments are pretty much endless. So in my opinion, they do not have a limit. Year after year, month after month, day after day, this consistent cycling of discovering new technologies eventually leads to the Industrial Revolution. Because in my opinions, there can't be inventions without the Industrial Revolution. So the first Industrial Revolution occurred in England in the 18th century, which was marked by the inventions of steam engine for mechanical looms so as to increase the amount of production in the textile industry. Over time, these inventions was used by other countries and they began to discover new technologies. So, in addition to bringing many advances in the fields of industry, economic, military, and information technology, this phenomenon also has several effects on human and nature. The impact of Industrial Revolution is as follows. First is the impact of economic. As we said above, the Industrial Revolution referred to various findings for the production process. This encourages the emergence of various large companies, industrial cities, and new jobs so as to boost the country's economy. This Industrial Revolution shifted from an agrarian economy to a manufacturing company where products were no longer made solely by hand, but by machines. This led to increased production and efficiency, lower prices, more goods, improved wages, and migration from rural areas to urban areas. Second is impact on the environment. Although it helps improve the standards of living, the industrial revolution is one of the driving factors for environmental degradation. Examples of problems that most often arise are air, water, and soil pollution. Vehicle and manufacturing fumes not only degrade air quality, but also damage the ozone layer. In addition, factory and household waste that is not treated properly can also contaminate water and soil. Third, we have social impact. Generally, the industrial revolution brought more industrial process in urban areas. As a result, there is inequality in the economy, lifestyle, and even development. As a result, more and more people flock to the city to try their luck. In fact, not everyone has the mental financial readiness to live in big cities where everything is expensive. So indirectly, the Industrial Revolution is the cause of increasing poverty rates. So, summary. Basically, humans want to continue to develop and find something new. With new discoveries, encourage each individual to innovate more. Inventions such as tools, devices, process, and medicines have provided significant benefits to society. Inventions help people around the world live longer, healthier, and more productive lives, and provide new ways to build, move, communicate, heal, learn, and play. So, thank you for your attention. This pandemic is indeed very hard, but it will feel light if we face it together. Now, onto the Q&A section.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill, for the presentation. So, judges, that was Bill Zaki Zalman from SMP Negeri 30. Now, let's move on to Q&A session. For the first questioners, it will be from Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams.
Okay, Bill, what do you see new inventions in the future?
So what do I see new inventions in the future?
Yes.
Well, maybe, probably new inventions like probably new VRs or maybe more advanced smartphones, and because productivity, because humans, because as humans, we want to continue and develop and find something new. For example, in the year 1900, people are fascinated by flying airplanes. That was the first airplanes manufactured there in the 1900s. And then fast forward to 67 years later,
okay,
we can go to the moon. Imagine that, 67 years. Now imagine, right now in 67 years, what inventions we have.
Yes.
That's my thinking, because
Okay.
I'm so ready to see the future. Because remember, in 67 years, from being on a plane to flying to a whole another universe, to the sky with
Okay.
rockets.
Yeah, okay,
67
thank
years.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, that was nice answers. Okay, now let's move on to the second question. It will be from Mr. Cipta.
Alright, Bill Zaki, the internet make our life is going easier.
Yes.
Nah, misalnya pada saat mendapatkan informasi atau mencari informasi, take our phone, kemudian ya mencari informasi di internet. Tapi kadang-kadang juga ada banyak sekali informasi-informasi yang belum tentu kebenarannya atau informasi hoax. Nah, kira-kira menurut Bill Zaki, bagaimana caranya menyaring sebuah informasi yang belum tentu kebenarannya atau informasi yang hoax?
So first, we have to see if it's credible or not. If it's from a credible source, then sure, we can use it. You know, you have to fact check it by either checking who are the providers, you know. As in, like, if you wanted to find something real, you have to fact check it first by either or asking a professional on it, or maybe checking the website if it's real or not. Because yeah, in this world, sometimes you cannot tell what's real and what's not. It's very hard right now nowadays because it's the increasing of technology.
Is that right, Bill?
Yeah.
Checking the credibility of the source.
Checking the credibility, yeah.
Okay, all right. I guess that's answering the questions, Mr. Chipta. All right. Thank you very much for the questioners, and thank you very much for the presenters, Bill Zaki Zalman from SMP Negeri 30 Makassar. Thank you very much, Bill.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, you too.
Now, let's move on to the next participants of today. It's going to be Samuel Yusrianto Manuel from SMP Dian Harapan. Hello, Samuel.
Hello, sir.
All right. So, I guess you are very ready with your presentation, right?
Actually, I'm not. I only started preparing in the last 2 weeks.
Okay, so to the last seconds. Anyway, I believe you are going to do the best.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Samuel, can you share your PowerPoint to the screen, please?
Oh, actually, can I have I don't know. Can you help me share it?
Oh, sure. I will ask the staff to share the PowerPoint for you. Okay, while waiting for the staff to share the PowerPoint for you, let's have a talk first. Samuel, so
yes.
What are you going to present for today, Samuel?
Today, I will present about millennial occupations and why people dream to be them.
Oh, interesting. So it's about job, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and how about you? Is there any occupation that you really want?
Oh, I will tell this in my presentation. You wait for it.
I see. So I'm expecting to see that in your presentation.
Yes. But it's only my childhood presentation, my childhood dream job though, not now.
Interesting. Okay, so Samuel, I think you can see the screen right now.
That's true.
Okay. Okay, so judges, this is Samuel Yusrianto Manuel from SMP Dian Harapan. Samuel, the time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, millennial occupations and why people dream to be them. My name is Samuel Yusrianto Manuel, and today I would like to present a little bit about this topic. Let me first start off by asking all of you, what is your dream job? Well, for child me, it was firefighting. I adored firefighters. I like firefighters so much that I acted as if I were one. There was this one time when my parents brought me to a fire station, and there were like 2 fire engines parked in front of the main building. Then I came to my parents and I said, "Mom, Dad, can we get one of those trucks?" And as all of you can guess, they said no. That was a little bit about my dream job, a job that I want to do. Now back to millennials. What are jobs that they want to do? What are millennials' preferred occupations? What are millennial occupations? Let's translate it word by word. Next, please. First, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, millennials are a generation of people born in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. Millennials are also known as Generation Y. Now, what about occupation? An occupation is a person's job, regular work that someone does to make money. If we connect these, it roughly translates to a job that a millennial does. Next, please. Or a millennial's job, something that a millennial does to make money. Next, I found a list of the most popular millennial occupations. Most of the jobs relate to healthcare, the internet, finance, and more. But why these jobs in particular? Why do most millennials dream of jobs relating to these aspects of society? To answer this question, next, let's look at some things most millennials want in their jobs. First, they want work-life balance. According to various sources, millennials think that a balanced schedule of work and rest is important. Researchers from Docebo found that 95% of millennials, next please. Researchers from Docebo found that 95% of millennials note a healthy work-life balance as a top priority when searching for a new job, a percentage that absolutely cannot be ignored. Next, please. They want flexibility in their job. Next, a survey from FlexJobs reported that 70% of millennials have considered leaving a job for another, boasting more flexible work options. Millennials respect flexibility in their schedule when working, as they want to have more family time and spend time working home instead of just working in their office all the time. Third, they want recognition. Recognition is always good, like especially in a job. It makes one feels like they're being more appreciated for their work. Well, that's what most millennials think too. Millennials are the most likely to move jobs if they feel like they're being underappreciated. Next. One more time. One more time. I'm sorry. They want purpose in the society. Next, Study.com CEO Adrian Rittner notes that millennials want to feel good about their work and make an impact on society at large. Let's highlight the first sentence here. They want to feel purpose. They want to make an impact on society at large. They want to matter. Next, according to Workstars.com, millennials want to work for organizations with a purpose and a reason for being that goes beyond merely making a profit. Anyway, what do the millennials' job searching criteria from before have to do with certain jobs being popular for them? Well, the explanation is kind of simple, and you might all have guessed it already. It's because the jobs mentioned before match with the millennial job searching criteria. What's good about these jobs in the start anyway? Let me give you a local technological example. First of all, Gojek. Gojek, an app that flipped Indonesia upside down. Transportation is something we use all the time in our lives, but getting providers, if you don't have your own vehicle, is hard, especially in the pandemic where people don't usually dare to wander around town just to find a taxi. This gives purpose to a creation of an app to make our life easier. That's where Gojek comes in. Instead of having to find a provider near you, you can just use an app to get in touch with a provider without having even to make them. Imagine the things that we cannot do without this groundbreaking app. Next. Next again. So what can we conclude about the dream job of millennials? If a millennial's dream job is about a certain job, that they dream of that job because they think that said job suits them the most and their job searching criteria, and that they will find satisfaction in doing their job. Now, for those who are looking for a job, is it a good idea to use millennial criteria for choosing a job? Yeah. Is it okay to dream about doing millennial professions? Of course. Just don't take advantage of it to reduce the work you have to do. For example, it is a great idea to promote flexible work environments. But if possible, create your work environment wisely. Don't use it to slack off your responsibilities. Do your job wholeheartedly and responsibly, and you may just become one of the pioneers for a better Indonesia. No, for a better world. Next. Thank you so much for joining me in this middle speech. I sincerely apologize if there were any mistakes in anything that I say or do. And also, I want to really apologize because the PPT that I sent is a little, I don't know, not according to what I'm saying. But I guess that's all I have to say. God bless you all. Peace out.
Thank you very much, Samuel. So judges, that was Samuel Yusrianto Manuel from SMP Dian Harapan. Well, Samuel, now we are going to listen two questions from the judges. Are you ready?
Of course.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Williams first. Mr. Williams. Hello.
Okay, good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm fine. How about you?
Yeah, I'm okay. But you say that everybody dreams to be a millennial. I don't want to be a millennial.
I'm sorry. I think I have said something wrong.
No, you haven't said anything wrong. I was just asking the question.
Oh, yeah. Can you like repeat the question again?
I said, obviously you done your presentation on why people dream to be millennials.
Why people dream of millennial occupations.
Okay, yeah, but I don't want a millennial occupation.
Oh, okay. I see.
But it's okay, you know. So you want to be a fireman?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, that's good. That's a good occupation, you know, saving lives.
Yeah.
Very good. Well done. Keep up the great work, yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you,
now,
sir.
Let's move on to the second questions. Will be from Mr. Shamswadi.
How are you? Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Sam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear your voice.
Okay, so let's see here. As one of the early millennial generations, okay, in Indonesia, during millennial generations, many parents want their kids to be civil servants as their future job. Right?
Okay. Yes.
What do you think of this phenomenon?
I think parents recommending a job to their son.
Hello, Samuel. Yeah, I guess Samuel is having a connection issue in his place. So I think we can move on, judges. Okay, so unfortunately Samuel is having connection issue, so we are going to move to the next participant. Okay, so for the next participants, the 15 participants for today, we have Joyce Leticia Nur Salim. Hello, Joyce.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Great. Okay. So Joyce, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes.
Can you please share it to the screen? Okay. Well, while waiting for Joyce to share her presentation to the screen, I want to remind to the 16 participants for today that Nia Raihanun, please be ready. After this, it's going to be your turn. Okay, so Joyce, I think I can see the end of your presentation there on the screen. Can you move it to the beginning? All right. Now, can you make it full screen, please? Okay, thank you very much, Joyce. So, judges, this is Joyce Leticia Nur Salim from SMP Stella Gracia. Joyce, the time is yours.
Okay. Good morning, judges and everyone that is watching. My name is Joyce Leticia Nur Salim. I'm an 8th grade student from Stella Gracia School, Makassar. I would first start this presentation with saying thank you for the opportunity of having me here. And I would like to thank you for the continued support I've been given from family, friends, and teachers. Today, I'm going to be talking about millennial occupations and why they dream to be them. First of all, millennials. Also known as Gen Y or Generation Y, are people born between the 1980s and the 1990s. In the year 2022, Generation Y are people in the age of mid-20s and early 40s. They are the generation after Generation X but before Generation Z. Based on Tempo, the Indonesian Millennial Report 2019, Indonesia has 63.4 million millennials. So the next part of the presentation is going to be about the result of my research about millennial occupations. The first is registered nurse. Registered nurse is one of the most popular employment among millennials. With 842,000 people working in the field, millennials choose this job because of the stability, opportunities for change, and many more reasons. Second, accountants or auditors. After registered nurse, accountants or auditors is one of the most employs the most from millennials, with 481,000 people working in the field. Accountants and auditors produce and evaluate financial documents such as tax forms. Most millennials choose this job because from this job they can gain a strong understanding of important financial processes that could even impact their personal lives. Third, statisticians. Statisticians evaluate data and draw conclusions using their mathematical skills. They also analyze the data, identify patterns, and disseminate important information to the stakeholders. Why a lot of millennials choose to be statisticians? One of the reasons is that most statisticians are paid well. The use of digital and electronic data is always increasing, so there are always more demands for statisticians, as it is a job that is affected by technology. Fourth, bartenders. Bartending is the art of mixing different drinks to make beverages. They then serve them to the clients at the bars. They also collect orders, communicate with customers, and keep track of the supplies there. Bartenders are usually really social. They meet many interesting people and get to have many different experiences. So most millennials that choose to be bartenders are usually outgoing. Fifth, web developers. Web developers are in charge of the World Wide Web's programming development. They construct user interfaces with efficient code using their software development skills. Data from databases and back-end services are also integrated by web developers. According to Forbes, today's rise in cloud technology has mirrored the rise of a new generation of engineers and developers, namely millennials. The software development is something even Generation X was already involved in. But when the time came for millennials to work, they brought a distinct viewpoint to the development in general, and they also influenced the generations before them. Sixth, physician assistant. Physician assistant works in the healthcare area and apply their broad medical expertise. They provide patient assessments, help with operations, prescribe drugs, and order testing in medical officer settings. A lot of millennials choose to be PA or physician assistants rather than a doctor because it is more flexible. It has a lower cost, it is less time consuming, and has a more condensed education. 7. Graphic designers. Graphic designers produce logos and other design components for a wide range of clients. They design the general layout for a range of items such as a company's website, menu, commercials, or brochures using computer software. Graphic designers collaborate with the rest of the design team to make any required changes to a design based on the input of the client. Why millennials choose to be graphic designers is because most millennials grew up with access to the internet, so they use it as an advantage. 8. Social media managers. The social media platforms or agencies are managed by a social media manager. They manage content development for many platforms as the brand's voice. Responding to comments and establishing campaigns are additional ways for social media managers to enhance client involvement. They work to promote their client's company or company's brand in general. A lot of millennials are taking up this job because of the increased use of social media these days. People spend a great amount of time on social media daily. These are the sources that I use. In conclusion, I would say that millennials tend to find a work-life balance, and they would find a stable job with a decent wage and try to find a job that would still be comfortable for them. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much, Joyce, for the explanations of the millennial occupations and why people dream to be it. So, judges, that was the presentation from Joyce. Now, Joyce, let's move on to the question session. Now, as usual, the first questions will be from Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Joyce. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm great.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think you will get a job which involves social media?
I think that maybe I wouldn't do it I wouldn't get a job that's like entirely involved in social media, but it would involve a little bit in social media.
So what job would you like to get?
For right now, I'm not sure yet what I would like to do in the future.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Williams, and thank you,
Thank you,
Joyce,
sir.
for the response. Now, let's move on to the second questions. It will be from Mr. Cipta.
Morning. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I can't hear.
What is your dream job, Joyce, and why do you choose it?
My dream job, I'm not sure about now, but I used to want to be an actor because I love watching movies and seeing the actors act in them. So that was my dream job.
Like an actor, actress, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Judges, so that was Joyce Leticia from SMP Stella Gracia. Thank you, Joyce. Okay, now next, let's move to the next presenter, Dania Raihanun. So, Dania, are you there?
Yes, Mister.
Okay. Hi, Dania. Good
Hey,
afternoon.
Mister. Good afternoon.
All right. How are you today?
I'm good.
You're good. And of course, you're ready for your presentation.
Yes, but I'm still a little nervous.
Oh, you feel a little bit nervous. That's okay. That's normal. Yeah, but I believe you can do your best, right?
Thank you.
Okay. So, Dania, can you please share your PowerPoint to the screen, please?
Oh, all right.
Okay, and while waiting for Dania, I want to remind for the next presenter, Gabi Sopakwa. I hope I mentioned your name correctly. Gabi, yeah, from SMP IPK. Okay, well, so what are you going to present, Dania? Dania, hello? Can you hear my voice clearly? Hello, Dania. Okay, I guess we're having a bit connection issue here. Hello, Dania.
Yes, Mister.
Okay, so what are you going to talk about for today?
What I'm going to talk about today is about millennial and digital marketing. It's based from the topic millennial occupation and why people dream to be them.
Interesting. Okay, so would you mind to share your presentation to the screen, please?
Okay.
All right. Okay, oh yeah, I can see it, millennials and digital marketing. So, are you ready? Okay. Judges, this is Dania Raihanun from SMP Metro. Dania, The time is yours. You are muted. Can you please turn on your microphone first? Hello, Dania? Okay, you are muted, Dania. So can you please turn your microphone on? Is she starting? Oh. Okay, Dania, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, mister.
All right, hello. So I guess you were muted just now.
Yes, I don't know why, but when I try to present, the Zoom would mute my microphone. Let me try that again.
Oh, so it's not from you?
No, I left it
Okay.
on.
All right. So if you share your PowerPoint, you are muted, Dania?
Yes, but let me try again.
Excuse me? Yeah. Can you try one more time?
Can you see it right now?
Yep. Oh yeah. Okay. And we can also hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So let me repeat. Judges, this is Dania Raihanun from SMP Metro. Dania, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and all the participants that I respect. I'm glad to see you all. Before I begin, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dania Rehanun Yusuf from Metro School, Makassar. So today I would like to present my material about millennials and digital marketing, based from the topic millennial occupation and why people dream to be them. So thanks to the advancement of technology in the digital era, businesses are now able to reach large audience to promote their products. They also have the ability to track buying patterns and consumers' needs way faster than usual traditional marketing strategy. You might also have heard the term SEO, which stands for search engine optimization, and email marketing, as well as pay-per-click, which is used in advertisement in digital marketing. You may be wondering, why are they related to digital marketing? Well, as you know, those are actually types of digital marketing, and each has different use, but mainly is to reach large audience and create valuable content. So what is digital marketing? Digital marketing are all marketing efforts to connect with customers from the internet and using other forms of digital communication. It's very common. So customers use digital marketing they rely on it to learn about the brands. But besides that, digital marketing also gives other advantages to companies and business, such as global reach, brand development, and low-cost advertising. As I mentioned earlier, digital marketing has lots of types. One of the most famous one is content marketing. Brands like to use them to promote their products because they're used in online, and many people don't have any interest on traditional marketing, so they prefer to see on social media and find the ad. Content marketing is used in a strategy a business developed called millennial marketing.
which is a strategy focused on attracting millennial audience. Millennial audience itself is people born around the year 1981 and 1996. The reason why millennials are always targeted by marketers are because they are today they are quarter of the today they are quarter of the today millennials made up a quarter of the world's population, and another reason is because they have the ability to consume web-based content, their high purchasing power, and their extreme loyalty to their favorite companies. To sum it up, millennial digital marketing will become one of the most powerful marketing ways in the future because it has a lot of option and strategy associated with it. You can get creative and try different experiment with it based on your preferred marketing tactics and on your budget. This is also the reason why digital marketing is unique not only to millennials but to other people as career option, because digital marketing allows people to have a work-life balance, flexible job security, and allows them to learn many different things and opportunities along the way. Before the Q&A question, I would like to end this presentation with a quote from Jeff Bezos about the importance of learning something new. If you decide that you're going to do only the things you know are going to work, you're going to leave a lot of opportunity on the table. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to invite the judges for the Q&A session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gaby. Thank you very much, Dania Raihanun from SMP Metro. Well, judges, that was Dania Raihanun from SMP Metro. And yes, we are going to have question sessions for you, Dania. Now, for the first questioner, it will be from our judge, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, please.
Good afternoon, Daniela. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Mister. I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. The last quote, it was by Jeff Bezos, yes?
Yes.
Is he a millennial?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just asking because you done your presentation on millennials, but then you give a quote by somebody who's not a millennial. Okay.
Yes.
But what my question is, do you think earning a lot of money will make you be content?
I'm sorry, but what is content?
Okay, all right. Will it make you happy if you earn lots of money?
Oh, no. It depends on the work. If the work takes a lot of my time, and in the future, I hope that when I have a career, I have work balance.
Yeah, yeah. Good answer. Good answer. Very good. Well done. Thank you.
Okay, so work-life balance is important for you, yeah, Dania? Okay, now let's go to the second questions. Will be from Mr. Shamsuadi. Okay. All right, so Mr. Adi, please.
Okay, what do you want to be? Daniel, what do you want to be?
Yes, yes.
Okay, what do you want to be?
What do I want to be when I grow up, Mister?
Yes? What's your dream job?
My dream job is to be a businesswoman, entrepreneur. Mister?
What to do other jobs or to do something else, how would you convince your parents that your job would be the best job for you?
Well, actually, I've already dreamed of becoming an entrepreneur since I guess, since I was 6, because my own father was a businesswoman and an entrepreneur, and my mother supported me 100%. She said, go and find your passion. So I really hope that when I grow up, I could be a great entrepreneur.
What if they disagree with your job? What if they ask you to do something else that is not your passion?
Oh, if I have to do something else that is not my passion, probably something like psychology or communication or even law.
Okay.
I guess that's it. Yes.
Pavel.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, now let's move to the next presenter. It will be from Gaby from SMP IPK. Hello, Gaby.
Hi, sir.
Okay, before we start, how do you pronounce your last name?
Sopakua, sir.
Sopakua. So, Gaby Sopakua.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm afraid I was saying it in the wrong way. So, Gaby, are you ready for your presentation?
Yeah.
Of course you're ready, yeah? Can you share your PowerPoint to the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So while waiting for Gabby's presentation to be shown on the screen, I want to remind for the next presenter, please be ready, Kalista Yudia Kamandani. Okay, so Gabby, what are you going to talk about?
I'll be talking about campaigns around the world and youth contribution.
So you're going to talk about the youth generations. Well, judges, this is Gaby Sopakua from SMP IPK. Gaby, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Judges, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gaby, and I'm an 8th grade student from IPK Christian School, Makassar. In this opportunity, I'll be talking about campaigns around the world and youth contribution. Recently, I watched Don't Look Up on Netflix. Has anyone seen the movie? Well, somehow I find Don't Look Up similar to Marvel's Infinity War and Endgame. These movies are about how people around the world unite when facing global threats. Yes, a huge comet and apparently a big giant purple man named Thanos and the Blip are the global threats in these movies. People around the world unite when facing global issues such as racism, gender discrimination, and climate change. People stand together and help each other for a better world through movements and campaigns. There are 3 campaigns that I find incredibly strong, empowering, and eye-opening. In August 2018, a 15-year-old Swedish girl, Greta Thunberg, started her first school strike for climate change. She decided not to attend school for 3 weeks and protested daily outside the Swedish Parliament building to demand the country reduce its carbon emissions. Greta Thunberg posted a photo of her first strike day on Instagram and Twitter. High-profile youth activists amplified her Instagram post, and on the second day, she was joined by other activists. Her social media profile attracted local reporters whose stories earned international coverage in little more than a week. School Strike for Climate, also known as Fridays for Future, became an international movement of school students who skipped Friday classes to participate in demonstrations to demand action from political leaders to prevent climate change. Her bold action snowballed, leading to over 1.5 million young people and more than 300 cities worldwide, joining her to highlight the issues of climate change and global warming. She became one of the most influential climate activists and received numerous honors and awards, including the world's 100 most powerful women and nominations for the Nobel Peace Prize in the past 3 years. The next campaign I find empowering is the Children's Right for Education. Allow me to bring you back to 2012. That year, a 13-year-old schoolgirl in Pakistan was shot in the head by Taliban gunmen. She was shot because she did a crime, spoken up for the rights of girls to be educated. The world reacted in horror, but after weeks in intensive care, she survived. The girl's name is Malala Yousafzai. Malala Yousafzai was born in the Swat Valley in Pakistan. When she was about my age, the Taliban took control of her village. They did not want girls to go to school, and they closed many schools. Malala started writing a blog for the BBC, but she didn't use her real name. As a young girl, Malala Yousafzai defied the Taliban in Pakistan and demanded that girls be allowed to receive an education. After surviving from the gunshot, Malala was even more determined to fight for children's right to go to school. Her campaign is to ensure all girls receive at least 12 years of education. The way she does her campaign is beyond amazing. She made an inspiring speech to the United Nations Youth Assembly on her 16th, and she even celebrated her 18th birthday by opening a for Syrian girls in a refugee camp, youngest education. Another campaign that became a social movement around the world is the children's right for education. Another campaign that became a social movement around the world is the Black Lives Matter. This movement is initiated by Patrisse Cullors, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi. For me personally, the Black Lives Matter movement is eye-opening. The movement began in July 2013 with the use of the hashtag Black Lives Matter on social media after the release of George Zimmerman and the shooting death of African-American teen Trayvon Martin 17 months earlier in February 2012. 8 years later, George Floyd's murder in Minneapolis in May 2020 sparked the largest justice racial protest. Following the incident, the Black Lives Matter movement brought to fore the continued conversation about Black lives and freedom. It led to protests throughout the world, with many people seeing Floyd's death as a symbol of intolerance and injustice. Many people on social media also called for celebrities to speak out about the issue. It took the movement for some of them to speak out, but some others has been part of that conversation since their infant years. Yara Shahidi is a celebrity who falls into the second category. Yara Shahidi is a 22-year-old American actress who is also an activist. She started her career when she was 6 years old and famous for her role as Zoe on the series Blackish and its spin-off Grownish. The show is recognized by many for always pointing out the many issues and discussions facing Blacks and adding humor and love to it. Yara Shahidi is also labeled an activist because of her will to speak out about injustice, share resources, and educate others about issues. She mentioned that mentorship was important in the push to reclaim Black joy, adding that Blacks need to support one another and embrace their sense of community, which is vital in the search for happiness. Campaigns can be strong, empowering, and eye-opening. A snowball strike for climate is led by a passionate and bold leader like Greta Thunberg. An empowering campaign like the Children's Right for Education would make a bigger effect if it is joined by many others. And an eye-opening one like the BLM would open your eyes and move your heart to take action. These campaigns that are led and initiated by young people and joined by millions of other people around the world really show us that we all can contribute in so many ways. I strongly believe that it does matter what you do, and no one is too small or too young to make a difference. Thank you.
For Gaby, for the presentations about campaigns around the world and youth contribution. So, judges, that was Gaby's presentations from SMP IPK. Now, Gaby, we are moving to the question session. And in here, we have Mr. Williams, who is going to ask you the first questions. So, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Gabby.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Why do you think that, I think it was the second girl, the one who was campaigning for female education in Pakistan, why do you think it's more like male orientated? Why are they actually stopping the girls from studying?
I don't know, maybe because the Taliban think that male have more rights in the world than women does.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams, for the questions. And now we're moving to the second questioner. It will be from Mr. Chipta. All right, Mr. Chipta, the time is yours.
Di Pakistan kita mengenal sosok Malala yang punya kontribusi untuk memperjuangkan hak anak perempuan untuk memperoleh pendidikan. Di Indonesia, kita punya sosok Era Kartini yang memperjuangkan emansipasi wanita. Dari kedua sosok teladan ini, kira-kira sifat apa yang bisa menginspirasi Gaby dan bisa dilakukan ke depan sehari-hari?
I think passionate. They're very passionate to fight for children's right and girls' rights to go to school. I think they just need people who wants to start campaigns about female education just need to be passionate and patient about what they're doing. Okay.
So thank you very much, Gaby, for your response, and let's move on to the next presenter. Thank you, Gaby.
Sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
If there are no more questions, I would like to state my closing.
Oh yeah, sure, please.
Yes, yes. Feel free.
A great way to make a big effect in the pursuit of a better world is to join with others. There is strength in numbers. More voices tackling a particular issue means they are more likely to be heard. So start to seek out local campaigns or join global ones through the internet, or even make your own campaign. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It does matter what you do, and no one is too small or too young to make a difference. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Well done, Gaby.
Thank you.
And that was such a
Thank you so
enlightening closing from you. So, thank you, Gaby. Let's move on to the next presenter. It will be Kalista Yudia Kamandani from SMP Negeri 13 Makassar. Hello, Kalista.
Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Great, I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Well, anyways, I believe you're ready for your presentations, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you please share your PowerPoint to the screen?
Okay, wait, sir. Give me a second.
Okay. Well, while waiting for Kalista to share her presentation, guys, I want to remind for the participant number 19, Andi Muhammad Ahza from SMP Islam Atira. Please be ready because it's your turn next. Okay, so I think we can see Kalista's presentations. Okay, Kalista, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, judges, this is Kalista Yudia Kamandani from SMP Negeri 13. Kalista, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kalista Yudia Kamandari, and I am 9th grade student from SMP Negeri 13 Makassar. Honorable ones, the judges, the committees, the teachers, and all finalists of the English Ambassador contest. Before I deliver my speech, I would like to invite you all to thank Allah, the Almighty, who has given us mercy and blessing so that we can virtually meet together. As a finalist for the English Ambassador at junior high school level in city of Makassar, allow me to present my material entitled How Digital World Makes Our Lives Easier. As we all know that the digital era begins with the use of internet services. In Indonesia, the first use of the internet actually started on June 7, 1994. At that time, Randy Bosch, an American from Portland, Oregon, met the first into Indonesia via EPTechNet. Since that day, Indonesia has entered the first door
to the digital era, which until now has been marked by the advancement of very sophisticated information technology or IT tools. And June 7th then recorded as the beginning of the history of the internet in Indonesia. Here we'll try to describe the development of digital services in Indonesia in the form of a roadmap. In 1994, the first overseas internet network entered Indonesia. In 1995, commercial internet service opened for the first time in Indonesia with the emergence of internet cafes. 2000, 3G service is presented to Indonesia so that cellular phone can access the internet network. 2007, the emergence of Facebook, which became the driving force for the emergence and development of the use of social media in Indonesia, including e-commerce services like Gojek, Tokopedia, and so on. This year, internet users in Indonesia have reached 20 million people, or around 10% of Indonesia's population. 2020, it is recorded that 175 million people, or around 64% of the Indonesian population, are active internet users, where this number will continue to grow along with the development of the digital world. We can see that in the 13 years since 2007, the surge in internet users, or in other words, digital services, has grown very rapidly, reaching almost 900%, which on average reaches approximately 65% every year. One of the impact of the digital services for us is convenience. Without us realizing that all aspects of our life have been accommodated by the digital services, starting from interacting with fellow humans from various parts of the world through social media, shop from primary needs to secondary needs through e-commerce, using transportation via online motorcycle taxis, pay bills and obligations only from home. Even now, banking services can be done only from home by opening an account. All of these conveniences are here thanks to the presence of the digital world around us. Since the beginning of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit almost all aspects of life in the world, including our country, Indonesia. As students, we are forced to learning from home. Our parents also have to keep working from home. And this can be overcome with the digital services that can make everything be done online from home. Various businesses were finally forced to use the digital services to continue their business, where this can make the socio-economic life be turned back in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Once again, it has been proven that the digital services can be used as a solution for the obstacles we meet in daily basis. We cannot deny the presence of the digital era in our lives. Whether we like it or not, we're already in it. Even without realizing it, we already enjoyed various services provided. But we have to be careful about the impact of the digital services around us. Our wisdom as a younger generation is expected to live in a digital era, but don't forget the environment where we are, and don't forget that we are social beings that depends on each other. So as I end my presentation, allow me to close this presentation with wise words from Nila Study. No matter how perfect the coffee you enjoy, coffee is still coffee that has the bitter side that you can hide. Thank you very much for paying attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peduliki, salam aki.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you very much, Kalista from SMP Negeri 13 Makassar. Well, Kalista, so now we are going to move to the question session. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So for the first questions, I will invite Mr. Williams to ask the first question. Mr. Williams.
Okay, good afternoon, Kalista.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. What do you think, or how do you think the internet will improve over the next 3 to 5 years?
I think it'll improve very much. It'll have much benefits than it is right now, because the internet services right now is already very sophisticated, and we all know that in the future there's always something new, and there's always an evolution.
Okay. Do you think they will introduce 6G and 7G like they've brought in 5G now?
Maybe it can happen.
You think that would be? Do you think that would be interesting?
Yes, of course, very much interesting.
Because like now it probably takes around 30 minutes to download a movie, but they said with 5G, it's going to take around 5 to 6 seconds. Just imagine when we reach like 7 and 8G, it's going to be milliseconds. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Well done.
Sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Williams. And now let's go to the second questions will be from Mr. Adi.
Hi, Mister.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I hear it.
Okay. Now, we're talking about digitalizing things here. I want to ask you about things like cash or cashless. Okay. If you go shopping, which one do you use more often, cash or cashless payment? And please define the difference between cash and cashless.
I often do cashless payment by using KRIS or like e-wallet, because for a situation like now, a COVID-19 pandemic, we have to do less contact with other people so that it'll be more safe. So cashless is definitely a better option for a situation like that. And then it is more simple than a cash. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalista.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shamswadi, for the questions, and thank you, Kalista, for the presentations.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. So now, everyone, we are into the participant number 19, which I'm going to call Andi Muhammad Azza from SMP Islam Atira. Hello, Azza.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Wow, you're so spiritful.
Yes, because I personally believe I'm confident and I prepared for this day a very long time ago.
Okay, so it means you are very ready. All right, so Azza, can you please share the PowerPoint to the screen?
Okay, just give me a moment.
Sure. While waiting for Azza, I want to remind the participant number 20, Angeline Fidelia. Please be ready. After this, it's going to be your turn. So, Azza, what are you going to bring for us today?
It's millennial occupations and why people dream to be them. I'm currently
interesting. So it's about job of millennials.
Yes, it's about job.
Okay. Well, anyways, Azza, how about you? Are you interested in one of the millennial occupations?
Yes. Personally, I choose an influencer because I'm going to explain it later on.
Oh, okay. I'm expecting it to be explained later on. So,
excuse me.
Yes.
Can you make me an admin so I can present, because I can't share my screen?
Oh, you cannot share your screen.
Yes.
Okay. Wait a minute. We are fixing the issues here, Azza.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So can you try again now?
No.
Or is it still unavailable?
Recording in progress. Still no.
Waiting for the issues to be fixed. Oh, or you want me to?
Yes. Can you please present the screen for me?
Okay. Sure. I'm going to ask our staffs to share the screen for you. While waiting for the staffs, let's have a little talk first, Azza. So you're studying in SMP Islam Atira, right?
Yes.
Okay, so try again. Oh, can you try again, Azza? I think it's available now for you to share the screen.
Share screen. No,
yes.
I can't. It's only share whiteboard.
Oh, so there is no option to share screen on your PC or on your phone?
On my phone, I can't share my screen.
You're using phone. Okay. All right. Oh, I think the staff has shared it for you. Do you see it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it now.
Okay, so you're going to talk about Millennials Guide, how to follow your dreams. Interesting. Okay, so judges, this is Andi Muhammad Azza from SMP Islam Atira. Azza, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, Azza, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Andi Muhammad Ahsah, and I'm an 8th grader from Atira Junior High School. And today, I'm going to talk about millennial occupations and why people dream to be them. As the world keeps on rotating, the prime generation who keeps humanity running also changes. The boomers are now retired. Gen X are entering the late part of life. Gen Y started running jobs. Gen Z will struggle with school and college. While the youngest, Gen Alpha, is currently in the preschool, playing and having fun. Well, to be honest with you, I'm a bit confused hearing generation this and generation that. But the point of this all is that the earth as we know it will keep on spinning, no matter what happens, and the people in it will continue growing and changing. The earth and the people living in it are just a long, never-ending race where the old generation must pass the torch and rest, while the young must keep running in developing humanity and carry on the cycle of life. Moving on to the next slide. Summary. Millennials, also known as Generation Y or Gen Y, is the demographic cohort following Generation X and preceding Generation Z. Here are a few of the characteristic features of a millennial. First of all, they are born between the mid-80s and the mid-90s. And second, they are currently aged somewhere between 25 and 40. Basically, my mom and dad are millennials, middle-aged adult, not too young, not so old. Moving on to the next slide. These are some booming sectors in nowadays society, like medical welfare, technology and computer science, fame and entertainment, and last but not least, startup business and culinary. As we know how technology development creates digitalization, so we also need computer wizards that operates them. Doctors will also be a viable job as humanity keeps on growing. Also, business will always keep growing. And last but not least, digitalization creates growth and entertainment, especially digital ones, like for an example, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Moving on to the next slide. Every generation are well aware of how much of a dream working in the medical industry can be. Let that be curing diseases right on site as doctors, creating breakthrough medicine as pharmacists, or just encouraging people and fixing their mental issues as therapists. These jobs are not to be taken lightly though, because on some occasions, a life can depend on their skills and knowledge. That's why being a medical staff takes years of study, hard work, practice, and needs a lot of dedication and discipline. Moving on to the next slide. New phones are being developed at this very moment. New apps and websites are being maintained and updated periodically. This creates many working fields for those who want to specialize in IT. In the age of easy access and digitalization, where the Google is equivalently powerful as having every single encyclopedia in the planet on the palm of your hands, your gadget and the internet will continue to rapidly grow. Moving on to the next slide. People might say that earning big money can be done even for those who are not businessmen. But let's face it, no sector can earn money bigger and faster than the high-ties corporate. Even though running a company could be gambling on higher numbers, bigger than the ones from Las Vegas, of course. But a business can run so long and grow bigger, faster than any other job. Moving on to the next slide. What should we prepare for these kind of jobs? All of those jobs requires a high degree or at least the basic capabilities that requires huge amount of sacrifice. You need at least 7 years of education to become a doctor, years of sleepless nights to learn how to design a computer program that won't fail the moment it's run, or simply a good understanding of business to actually be employed in a good company. A good job isn't child's play, hence education, formal or informal, which is an absolute black hole that takes your time, effort, and everything in between, still being considered a must-have in our society. Second to that, you must know how to work as a team, as most jobs does not require you to work alone. Even a designer or creator must present their work, which requires them to have decent social skills. And the last is having trained mental capabilities, as by being in a work field, we know that sometimes everything will not go as planned, like sudden operations, failing programs, minimum sales, and company profit. This can happen every day and anytime. And facing this requires you to be able to work under heavy pressure. Moving on, this is quite self-explanatory. High-paying jobs, good social status, and an opportunity to save lives. Create the next stage of humanity or anything that else that exists in that heart of yours. That is the true resolve, the unnamed great award of having your dream job. Lastly, this job that many not know, yet I actually dream to have. The rather younger millennial are known to take role in it. Within the growth of social media and entertainment, the last final dream job will be an influencer. This might seem funny at first, but face it, in a time where job and hobby gets tingled all over the place, what could be a better job than doing what you love and getting paid for it? Let it be playing games, making inside short jokes, recording your daily routine, reviewing objects, or just posting any dumb thing that happened to pass your homepage. Being an influencer loved by the public is truly a dream come true. Okay, I think that's all that I want to say for this specific topic. I hope you all learned a valuable lesson from this topic. And that lesson is to achieve something, one must first sacrifice another of equal value. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Azza from SMP Islam Atira. So, judges, that was Andi Muhammad Azza from SMP Islam Atira. Now, Azza, let's move on to the Q&A session. So, the first questioner will be Mr. Williams. Hello again, Mr. Williams.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, Mr. Williams, please.
Okay, you were talking about new digital technology, yes?
Yes, I was talking about that.
Don't you think that digital technology would take over conventional doctors and use technology to heal people, like even the mind and the body? Because don't forget, you can get apps now where it's like the doctor is a hologram. He's not real. It's just, what would your suggestions be on that?
Yes, I think that can happen in the near future because like our application in Indonesia, Halodoc, that can enable people to talk to their doctor without even being in the same room with them. Like for example, they can watch tutorial of how to learn how to cure their diseases in Google, YouTube, and many other social media platforms. They can talk to their doctors by social media.
Mm-hmm. But the question was, do you think that they're going to like get rid of conventional doctors and bring in like digital doctors in? So for instance, so there won't be no more doctors.
Yes, I think I don't see that in the near future, but somewhere, maybe another time in the near future, because as humans advance, maybe the technology will also advance. That make people enable doctor to have their own minds and thinking so that they can know the diseases of another person and how to cure it.
Yes, yes. Okay, good answer. Well done.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Now for the second questions, Azza, it will be from Mr. Chipta. Mr. Chipta, please.
Azza, what will you do if your parents don't support your dream job?
Can you please repeat the question? I can't hear you.
Hello, Azza.
Yes, I can't actually hear you. Can you please repeat your question?
What will you do if your parents don't support your dream job?
I actually think I would give them why an reason. Why do I want to be a dream job? And I would actually debate it with them because my dream job exactly is to be an influencer. but not that kind of influencer that posts videos of themselves playing games or anything like doesn't give an education. Because my dream influencer is to be like Jerome Pauline that gives entertainment and education at the same time. But I would also tell my parents that that is a great dream job and it also produces money and education and influence. I also don't agree that parents should take away the dream job of their children, because it is a children's right to own to to know what the dream job should be.
Okay, I guess that's a clear answer, Mr. Chipta. Thank you very much, Aza, for all the response, and thank you for the presentation.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you all thank you to all the judges.
Okay, so that was Ahza, the participant number 19 today. Now let's directly move on to participant number 20. We are having Angeline Fidelia. Hello, Angeline.
Hello.
Hello, Angeline.
Hi, sir.
Hello, can you hear my voice clearly?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so Angeline, are you ready for your presentation?
I am ready, but I'm still nervous, very nervous.
Oh, you're very nervous. Don't worry.
Everybody gets butterflies. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I
You'll
think
be fine.
everybody is also feel nervous, but I believe you're going to do your best, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, Angeline, can you share your PowerPoint to the screen, please? Oh, and by the way, your camera is off, Angeline. Can you also please make it on?
I think it's on already.
Yeah, it is on. I can see it, Mr. Zul. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, all right. I guess it's the problem on my side then. Okay, so before you start, Angeline, I want to remind to the next presenter, Brigitta Laura. Please be ready because the next is your turn. So, Angeline, are you ready?
I'm ready, sir.
All right. So, judges, this is Angeline Fidelia from SMP Stella Gracia. Angeline, the time is yours.
Good day, judges, teachers, and co-workers. I am Angeline Fidelia Hehi, a 7th grade student in Stella Gracia School, Makassar. First of all, I would like to thank all the people who have helped and support me in the previous round. I am really honored to be able to participate again in this round today. I'm pretty sure we all have gadgets, right? And I'm sure we all have done any types of social interaction on the internet. If I am right with those two statements, today will be an interesting topic for you guys because today I'll be talking about campaigns all around the world and youth contribution. Specifically, I'll be talking about cyberbullying. Let us move on to the main presentation of today, shall we? Why are you still alive? You are so ugly. Get lost, you dummy. How would you guys feel after receiving such messages online? Sad, hurt, angry, or possibly annoyed? These hurtful, embarrassing, and tormentful things is what teenagers and youth or any other people on the internet used to send or receive every day. It's called cyberbullying. I'm sure you guys know bullying, right? You know, hitting people, saying harsh words, cursing at them, or even humiliating them. Well, remember the two questions I asked earlier. The reason I asked this is because cyberbullying is another version of bullying, but it appears online, internet, with hundreds of or even thousands of people witnessing it. And this has been going on and on and on, leaving scars and painful memories on the victim's heart. Sadly, cyberbullying doesn't receive that much attention. Many people don't like talking about cyberbullying. However, hundreds and thousands of people are suffering from it every day. Well, let me share about the main topic for today. Cyberbullying, what is it and how to stop it? A campaign by UNICEF. For information, UNICEF is an agency responsible for providing humanitarian and developmental aid to children worldwide. We already had a brief introduction about cyberbullying earlier, but let's talk about it a bit more. Now, what did UNICEF say about cyberbullying? According to UNICEF, Cyberbullying is a bullying with the use of digital technologies that can take place on social media, messaging platforms, gaming platforms, and mobile phones. It's a repeated behavior aimed at scaring, angering, shaming those who are targeted. Let's dig into this topic a bit more. Today I'll be explaining about 4 things: why people cyberbully, the effects of cyberbullying, UNICEF and cyberbullying, and lastly, youth contribution. Now, why do people cyberbully? Let's try to answer this question by asking why. Why do people cyberbully? Because they enjoy doing it. Why do they enjoy doing it? Because they seem strong and cool. Why do they seem strong and cool? It's because the people became scared of them and feared them because they have power. If we keep asking why and why and why, we can conclude that it's because our environment, our education. Many of us here are always taught to do the right thing, am I right? And if we do something wrong, we will have to face the consequences. This makes us scared to do anything because if what we're doing is wrong, we'll have to face the consequences. The same thing goes for expressing our opinion. We're always afraid to speak up and stand up for our opinions. This may be the cause of Indonesians to be very friendly, kind in real life, but on the other side, Indonesian netizens are the most powerful ones in the internet. Why is that? It's because on the online world, we don't have to expose our real identities in order to express our opinion. In hate, we can threaten others without having to know our identities. We all have to express our opinions. Please don't do such harsh things. Now that we know the reason why, let's look at the effects of cyberbullying. I did some research about the effects of cyberbullying. What I found is the common effects of cyberbullying is feeling of low esteem or self-worth, social isolation, withdrawing from friends group, or spending more time alone, avoiding doing things they used to enjoy, poor academic performance, increased feelings of anxiety. And in some serious cases of cyberbullying, it can lead to physiological or mental illness, self-harm, increased feeling of anger, irritability, or anger outbursts, or a problem of falling asleep, or we can call it insomnia. Have you guys realized how bad can the effects of cyberbullying? How much harm can it cause? I hope you did. Next, let's talk about what UNICEF has done to stop cyberbullying. In their official website, www.unicef.org, UNICEF has tried to raise awareness of cyberbullying. Some of the things I talked about earlier is also from their website. UNICEF explained very detailedly on their website about some aspects of cyberbullying, starting from the cause, the effects, the prevention, etc. This can be really helpful to the victims who don't know what to do when they are being cyberbullied, because it's really easy to access, and information inside is also delivered in such an understandable language, which makes it easier for the victims. Lastly, youth contribution. We should never underestimate youth or young people. These days, young people are the people who understand the internet the best, which makes them the most potential people who can stop cyberbullying. As youth or young people, we should be mature enough to control our emotion and think rationally doing such things. Rather than cyberbullying others, we can work together to put an end to this. Raise awareness to people around, put pressure on the victims, and help them when they are dealing with the after effects of getting bullied. To summarize everything that I said, I like to say that everyone can take a part to end cyberbullying. For example, teachers. Teachers are not only supposed to teach students about social studies, art, English, or maybe science. Teachers play a big part on building the students' personality and character. It's why, to all teachers today, please help us to not only end cyberbullying, but all sorts of bullying, by raising awareness on the students about this violence and also helping them building their characters and personalities. Parents can also help by limiting their child's phone access at home to avoid them getting addicted and learning about cyberbullying. Before ending my presentation, I would like to start the Q&A session. If anyone or have regarding
Thank you very much, Angeline, for the presentation. So, judges, that was Angeline Fidelia from SMP Stella Gracia. Now, yes, Angeline, we are going to have question session, and I think your first questioner is ready here. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay, well, I'm very well, thank you. So please, sir.
So, hello, Angelina. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Where can I obtain additional information for preventing cyberbullying in children, and how can a teacher tell if one of their students are being cyberbullied?
Well, for the first question on how to more information about cyberbullying, as I said before, you can access them in the UNICEF official website. You can just www.unicef.org, and also because it's already the digitalization era, as some students said before, we can access them through the internet. We can search to Google,
Okay.
Thanks. And for the second question, we can see it by how the students react on everyday life. As I said before, some of the victims of cyberbullying, most of them have low self-esteem or they feel less confidence. So if the teacher can analyze, because I myself can see, or we can tell the difference on people who have low self-esteem and they're confident students, especially when they are once a very active students on class, but now they are down.
Yes, that's true. Okay, thank you very much. Well done.
For the questions, Mr. William. And now, Angeline, we are going to go to the second questioner. It will be Mr. Shamswadi. Mr. Shamswadi, please.
Hi, Angeline. Are you ready? Okay. In 2016, the Indonesian government made the law or rule about cyberbullying. Okay, here the punishment is 4-year sentence in jail and 750 million rupiah fine. Okay. Do you think this punishment is enough or too much?
Thank you, sir, for the question. And regarding my answer, I think it depends on the case of cyberbullying. If, for example, I get bullied, like get threatened until get death threats by people, I think the people who bullied they need to receive that sentence. And I think if it's a more serious cases, like until the victim commits suicide or something else that can harm their that can harm their body or anything, I think they need to receive more than that. It's too less. But if maybe, because we need to check first if maybe the victim and we mistaken it for joking, because some close friends, only close friends, they joke by saying such things, then maybe close friends of the victims think that the victim is being cyberbullied, but actually it's only joking, and the victim agrees that it's joking. For that cases, I don't think it needs punishment. Thank you, sir.
I think that's quite clear answer, yeah? Okay, thank you, Mr. Adi and Mr. Williams for the questions, and thank you, Angeline, for the presentation.
Sir, can I say my closing statement?
Yes, please.
To close my presentation today, I'd like to say that the internet and mobile phones have such positive potential to transform the children's life for the better. However, when they are misused, they can cause harm and damage to others. Thank you to all the teachers, all the judges, and all the students who are listening to my presentation until now. I really hope that this will be beneficial to you guys. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Angeline, for the presentations. Now let's move on to the next presenter, which is going to be the presenter number 21 today. It will be Brigita Laura from SMP Dian Harapan. Hello, Brigita. Hello, Brigita. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Hi, can you see my screen?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes, it's clear. Okay, so thank you, Brigita. But before you start, let me remind the next presenter. Please be ready, Adrian Zaki from SMP Metro. Okay? Now, Brigita, so what are you going to bring to us today?
I'm going to talk about millennial occupations and why people dream to be them.
Okay, so let's directly listen to Brigita Laura. So judges, this is Brigita Laura from SMP Dian Harapan. Brigita, the time is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Brigita Laura from Sekolah Dian Harapan, Makassar. Today, I'll be talking about millennial occupations and why people dream to be them. Have you heard about professional bridesmaid or a professional mourner? Well, I guess not, because I myself have never heard of them until I looked them up on the internet out of curiosity. Professional bridesmaid is someone who gets paid to be a bridesmaid, or if a bride doesn't have a friend or best friend to be her bridesmaid, she'll hire a professional bridesmaid. While a professional mourner is someone who gets paid to cry on your funeral. If you don't have a relative to come to your funeral, then hire a professional mourner. They will come and mourn on your death. These professions are modern professions that will be really popular in the future. Millennials nowadays are trying to aim for these professions because they are easier to do and they pay well. So today I'm going to tell you more modern professions. So these past 2 to 3 years, our dream job have been very different from what they dreamt of 10 years ago. 10 years ago, people dreamt of being a doctor, a lawyer, a police officer, or maybe a firefighter. Now, people dream of being a gamer, an influencer, and a graphic designer. If we look closely, the traditional professions actually require more time to achieve. Modern professions, on the other hand, require less time to achieve compared to the traditional professions. Try comparing a doctor and an influencer. To become a doctor, you'll need to study for 10 to 14 years. While to be an influencer, it actually depends on how long you take to gain popularity. Let's say you can gain the popularity in 1 week. Then influencers only need 1 week. But from as far as I know, some influencers earn their popularity in less than 2 to 3 years. Also, both of these jobs can earn the same amount of money, even though doctors need a lot more time to attain their profession. However, influencers' profession is not guaranteed because if they lose their popularity, then they will lose their profession. Let me tell you some more modern professions and the skills you'll need to have these professions. Other than the ones I have stated before, there are other modern professions such as surgeon, analyst, web developer, product manager, and programmer. Each profession requires skill. And there is this one skill that is necessary in every single profession, which is soft skill. For those of you who don't know, if you don't have soft skills, it will be difficult to be accepted by a company or an employer. So, you might wonder, what are soft skills? Soft skills are skills related to personality, intelligence, social skills, and character. For example, time management, self-control, positive attitude, and leadership. Without these soft skills, it will be hard to work under pressure and network with our coworkers. Digitalization has also given a great impact in the millennial occupations. As we now live in a digital era, we can do anything through our mobile devices. The COVID-19 pandemic has become one of the biggest factors that caused us to live in this era. When we need to go grocery shopping, for example, we can shop online with a single click of the finger. Whether it is to buy meat, to buy vegetables, to buy kitchen utensils, everything is available online. This made the companies need people who are more skilled at computer science, digital marketing, programming, and social media. Thus, many people or the millennials need to study hard about the digital world. We need to change. I know you might wonder, why are these skills very different from the skills we learned years ago? Well, there have been changes, and as we now live in the digital era, we need to change. and learn more about the digital world. If we don't know about them, we won't be able to get a job in the future as everything will be done digitally later on. In conclusion, traditional professions require more time to achieve compared to modern professions. Also, soft skills are very important to get a job because they are common skills needed at work. Lastly, digitalization is one of the biggest factors in the change of dream jobs or dream professions. I wish that all of us can prepare for what's going to come in the near future because the world will be a more modern version of the world we are living now. We should prepare with at least having some soft skills such as positive attitude and time management so that we won't be lost in the future so that it will be easier for us to blend in later on. All from me. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so thank you very much, Brigitta, for the presentations and judges. That was Brigitta Laura from SMP Dian Harapan. Okay, so Brigitta, now we are going to move to the question and answer sessions. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, yes, you're ready. The first questioners is also ready here. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay, I'm very well. Thank you for asking again.
Good.
Mr. Williams, please.
Okay, Brigitta, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
How do you think the digital era would change? How do you think it's going to change in the future? Or how do you think, sorry, let me rephrase that question. I should have said, how do you think the digital era is going to change the world?
Oh, okay. Firstly, thank you for the question. So in my opinion, in the future, the world will be mostly done digitally. As we now see, some people have been working at home and in a digital workplace. So it seems like in the future, the digital, everything will be done digitally and we can even work without going to the office.
Okay.
And I really think that with the digitalization, everything will be easier for us to do.
Okay. But how is that going to affect, say, for instance, students? Because, okay, we were in a pandemic, right? And everybody had to learn online for what? 1.5, 2 years? How did that kind of affect the mentality of the students? Because they had to stay at home, they couldn't go and meet their friends and things like that?
Yes, I really believe that it might have a negative effect because as people stay at home, people socialize less because they're at home.
True.
But now we can meet people online.
Okay.
It depends on us ourselves if we have the urge to communicate and socialize with others.
But I mean, okay, it's still different, right? When you connect with somebody on Zoom than you do like face to face.
Oh yes, I understand that too because I usually miss my friends. But yes, even though everything will be done digitally, I still believe that it is very important to meet each other. So yes, maybe the digital things can be for the things that are easy, that are hard to do physically.
But then again, obviously, like I said, if that was in the near future, then what's going to happen is like even Mark Zuckerberg has invested a lot of money in the metaverse. So everybody could be like in the same place, but just the avatars kind of thing.
Oh, yes.
I think that's going to be quite exciting, don't you?
I guess that's possible.
Yes, I think it will be quite exciting, but it might have a negative effect because we don't keep in touch with people.
Yes, true. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zul.
Okay, now let's move on to the second questioner. Brigitta, we have Mr. Cipta.
Jadi perkembangan teknologi saat ini itu membuat beberapa perusahaan akhirnya menggantikan tenaga manusia ke tenaga mesin. karena ada banyak penghematan yang bisa dilakukan. Selain biaya, kemudian juga waktu kerja yang cukup panjang untuk mesin. Nah, sehingga akhirnya banyak pengangguran yang bermunculan karena tenaga manusia, karyawan-karyawan di PHK digantikan oleh tenaga mesin. Ini adalah salah satu dampak. Kira-kira menurut Brigita apakah dampak negatif atau justru malah positif?
I'm really sorry, sir, but your voice was very small when you started talking about the change, the negative and positive things.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clear.
Oke. Jadi perkembangan teknologi yang semakin maju saat ini membuat beberapa perusahaan akhirnya menggantikan karyawannya dari tenaga manusia ke tenaga mesin. Nah, sehingga banyak sekali PHK yang terjadi karena akhirnya tenaga manusia tergantikan dengan tenaga mesin. Menurut kamu, melihat fenomena ini, apakah ini adalah dampak positif atau justru dampak negatif dari perkembangan teknologi untuk lapangan kerja di era saat ini?
If we say about jobs, it might be a negative effect. But I believe that even though it might cut people out, or like people in some professions might be cut out, there are professions that can't be replaced with robots. For example, the engineers. That's why I said before, skills that are useful for the digital world are really important. For example, the engineers, those who make let's say the robots, they are very important because without them, they will not be able to develop the robots. And yes, I really believe that it might have a negative impact, but it also has a positive impact because the employers and companies don't really need to pay much. Well, that's for me.
All right, I think that's quite clear answers from Brigita. Thank you very much for the questions, Mr. Cipta. So thank you very much, Brigita, for the presentation. And let's move on to the next presenters. So we are coming to the presenters number 22. Let me present to you Adrian Zaki from SMP Metro. Hello, Adrian.
Hello.
Okay, I guess you've been waiting for quite a long time, yeah? But are you ready?
Yes, I guess. Yes.
Okay, I heard excitement in your voice. So, Adrian, can you please share your PowerPoint to the screen?
Okay, wait, I'll try.
All right. Well, while waiting for Adrian's PowerPoint, I want to remind the next presenter, Fania Marvanda Juandi from SMP Dunia Harapan. Please be ready because next is your turn. Okay, so yes, we've seen it, Adrian. Thank you.
Okay.
I guess you're going to talk about invention for today, yeah?
Yes.
All right. So, judges, please welcome Adrian Zaki from SMP Metro. Adrian, the time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, the honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow contestants. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Adrian Zaki Ariadi from Metro School Grade 7, and today I will be talking about a modern invention that could improve our world. But for this topic, I will be specifically talking about artificial intelligence, a modern invention that could change our world for the better. Oh, wait. Have any of you ever heard about artificial intelligence or AI? Some people would think of AI as robotic features that would replace humankind, like the Terminator. If you are one of them, then you might need to pay attention to this presentation carefully. So, what does AI really mean? Actually, AI is basically computerized machines with sensors that collect massive amounts of data and analyze them to make decisions with a fraction of time needed by human minds. So they're basically like supercomputers that help humans analyze data super fast to make important decisions or discoveries. So why is AI becoming important? Although it doesn't always come with a robotic face, that doesn't make AI less cool. Nowadays, AI has been claimed as the next big thing. Realize it or not, AI has already made an impact in our daily lives. We might have smartphones to track traffic jams, or maybe smartwatches to track our heart rate while exercising. Who knows, we might even have a smart card that can sound an alarm when we almost hit an object. Indeed, through the use of AI, we are able to get the information of the number of COVID-19 cases in real time. This will keep us updated so that we are always updated with the COVID-19 situation in our cities. So, what are the negative impacts of AI? Some people may find it concerning that AI could possibly displace or at least reduce human workers in many industries. This might partially be true, especially in jobs that require repetitive or routine tasks. But we have to believe that humans' creativity, compassion, and feelings are difficult to be replaced by AI. If you ask me, can AI help to make our world a better place to live in? I would answer yes. Because despite the drawbacks, AI has made significant contributions to many breakthroughs that have helped many lives. These include drug and scientific discoveries, telemedicine and remote surgeries, and predicting natural disasters. I'll be explaining these one by one. Drug and scientific discoveries. Some breakthroughs have been seen in cancer research, and what's even more exciting is that paralyzed patients may now be able to walk and do activities with chips implanted in their nervous systems. Telemedicine and remote surgery. Telemedicine is now possible by sending the digital data of a patient to a doctor somewhere else. And what is even more cooler is that AI can now allow a surgeon to do remote surgery in a city far, far away from the patients themselves. Predicting natural disasters. Another example is that AI can predict natural disasters such as hurricanes, cyclones, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes before they even happen. This could buy time to allow people to evacuate before a natural disaster really hits. So now that we've talked about the present uses of AI, what about the future uses of AI? Many industries have been developing technologies with AI to change our way of living. In transportation, autonomous or driverless cars, trains, and planes may one day take us from one place to another. Isn't that cool? In healthcare, diseases are more quickly and accurately diagnosed. Drug discoveries are sped up, and virtual nurses can help to monitor patients' conditions. In education, virtual tutors may be able to help children with special needs. Children in remote areas or that have disabilities will be able to participate in virtual schools through virtual reality technology. This will allow them to get the same experience as if they're really present in school. In conclusion, these for sure have led our world to become a better place to live in, not just for us, but also for future generations. Thank you for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Adrian, for the presentation.
Welcome.
So now, Adrian, let's directly get into the question part. So the first questioner will be Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, please ask your question.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine right now.
Okay, good. They use AI now in a lot of different activities and different applications. I think Google use it. I'm sure that Facebook use it. So where would you see like AI in the future, like for, I would say for travel?
For trouble?
No, travel, flying or...
Oh, for travel.
Yeah, traveling, yes.
Like I said in the presentation, I do think that it's possible that AI could probably do some sort of autopilot for, like, let's say, cars this time. If you've ever seen games such as Cyberpunk, there
Yes,
has
but hold on, whoa. They've got those cars already. I
Oh,
said
really?
I said the future. You know,
Oh,
because
okay.
most well, Tesla's got AI driven cars. What was the other? The truck companies got them as well. What would you say in the future?
In the future,
Yes.
honestly, I think there's really not much to do with AI with vehicles. So I'm pretty sure there's probably just going to be autopilot for most vehicles.
Okay. Okay, thank
Alright,
you.
thank
Well
you very
done.
much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much, Adrian, for the question, for the response, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for the questions.
Thank you,
Now
sir.
let's move on to the second questioner. Will be Mr. Shamswadi.
Adrian. Okay, hello Adrian, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Alright. I'll just ask you short questions. Yeah, you were talking about the AI, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it has been used in many aspects of life. My question is, how accurate is the AI? The AI.
Accurate?
Predicting the traffic, right? Used to predict the traffic lights up, the traffic there, how long will it take to go from here to there, right? So it uses in Google Maps as well, if I'm not mistaken. And some people somehow still get lost. Okay. Adrian.
Yeah.
How accurate is AI, artificial intelligence, compared to human? Okay, please.
I think AI would be slightly more accurate than humans. Yeah.
Slightly. I think a bit more than that.
Alright, thank you then. That's how we do that.
Okay, thank you for the questions, sir, and thank you for the answers, Adrian. So, thank you, Adrian. And let's
Welcome.
now move on to the presenter number 23. We are going to have Vania Marvanda Juandi. Hello, Vania.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Okay, so Vania, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, can you please share your PowerPoint to the screen?
Yes. I'm not going to share screen, but my presentation is already in my background.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're going to present it directly from your camera. Okay. So judges, this is Vania Marvanda Juandi from SMP Dunia Harapan. Vania, the time is yours.
Yes. Where's the type signal? Okay. Hello, good afternoon, judges and everyone.
Hello.
I hope we're all fine. So first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. So my name is Fania Marvanda Juandi. Currently, I study at Dunia Harapan School in 8th grade. I would like to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. And also thank you for being passionate to wait for my presentation. I know you guys are tired, but I hope I can give my best and you guys can enjoy my presentation. So yeah, I've chosen a topic that I think is quite interesting and related to our lives today. And I'm going to talk about it. So we know that now we live in an era that is constantly evolving, starting from technology, which in turn affects our lives. Our lives are certainly different from the lives of the previous generation. And as I said before, everything has developed, especially the occupations. So now I will explain about the occupations related to the millennials generation. But first, we must know what are the millennials generation. So millennials are a generation of humans born around 1981 to 1996, which is now the age of this generation is around 26 to 41. So this millennials generation has started to often use what is called digital technologies, just like what we use these days. And they also even work, study, and carry out their activities on today's technology. But now we will focus more on the jobs that these millennials generation usually have. So millennials usually have jobs such as celebrities, YouTubers, gamers, influencers, and many more. And based on the information that I've got, the average age of these jobs is around 20 years to 40 years. But the question is, why do most millennials choose, even they dream to be them, to have that job too? I mean, there must be reasons that these jobs are becoming common these days. As I said, the development of the times. In the past, there was no such thing like digital technologies, no televisions, no phones. But now, with the development of the times, digital technologies are created and finally open up new jobs for humans. And as time goes by, people also start working on that technology because they know that people always use digital technology like that, so it will be easy for them to carry out their work. For example, like a job as a YouTuber. I think everyone is watching YouTube nowadays, right? I mean, who doesn't? In fact, now many people are watching my presentation on YouTube. YouTubers know that many people love watching YouTube. And with the YouTube application, people can make videos according to their creativity and earn money if they get people's attention and people like it. Next, the reason that probably relate to the why people want to do millennial jobs is because millennials are different from the previous generation. Millennials are a generation that has been educated better than before. Therefore, millennials grew up with characteristics that are also different from before. Their characteristics tend to be confident, ambitious, and want to be seen by others. They are idealistic, working in a place that suits them. When they think that the job is not suitable for them, they will definitely quit. And they also want to work freely, just like the common jobs, like YouTubers, influencers, which is free and less regulated. And they're also open-minded, want to make something new of themselves, like the people who create the content. It's all based on their creativity. And yeah, the next is because they want to be famous. Well, some of these jobs are related to our phones and how popular they are so that they can be noticed by the public, and probably there will be jobs offered, such as endorse a brand, being called as a guest at an event, and others. And I think many people who want to be famous, because famous does have many advantages, right? So they will definitely want these jobs. The next reason, people who create the content based on their creativity, they like millennial occupation because they can express themselves however they want. People nowadays want to express themselves more, to do what they want to do. And in today's occupation, people can create whatever content they want and however they like. For example, like this. I'm sure many of you guys have seen people doing mukbang. They just eat, record it, and then earn money. And I think it's actually kind of funny because they make money for eating. Like they eat, they are full, and then they got money too. Very profitable, right? Or also, some even just record what they do every day. We usually say it's a vlog. They just do their thing and then earn money from it. So it's actually very fun. It's actually very simple. You just have to impress people, perhaps by making something out of ordinary, or that can make people interested and love your content. So basically, people want to work in millennial occupations because of the many benefits they can get. Because right now, everyone is doing activities on today's technology. So it's easier for the public to notice. Especially now we're in a pandemic. So more and more use of phones, TVs, and others. And also, they can create whatever content they want, and it's all about their creativity. They can get fame if they have succeeded in their work, and of course, earn a big salary too. So yeah, I think that's all from me that I can share. I hope everything that I've said can be useful. And any questions? Thank you.
Fania. And of course, yes, there will be questions. Let's go with the first questioner, Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Mr. Williams. Please ask your question to Vania.
So Vania, what kind of millennial job do you think you're going to do?
Okay, so first, thank you so much for your question. I really like it. And I think I'm going to do the occupation to become influencers because, you know, influencers is just like my dream. Like as I have mentioned in the presentation, many people want to be famous, and so am I. I want to be famous and like influencers. And then influencers also have a big salary. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the response, Fania. Okay, now let's go to the second questioner, will be from Mr. Chipta. Mr. Chipta.
Thank you, Fania, for your presentation. My question is, what soft skills are most needed in today's era?
Okay. So, hello, Fania. Do you hear the question?
I'm sorry?
Hello, Fania.
Okay. Well, first, thank you so much for the question. It's a wonderful question too. So I'm going to answer about it. So if we're talking about skill that needed for the millennial occupations, I think it's about how we able to use the technology, because right now people doing activities on today's technology. So we have to be able to use the technology like that, or also be able to do public speaking and speak to the audience like that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public speaking skills. All right. So I think that answered the questions. Yeah, Mr. Chipta. Okay, Fania, do you want to say something to close, or that's enough?
Yes, I have my last closing. So thank you so much for the questions given. I hope I have answered well and can be understood by the judges. So lastly, I want to say, keep working hard for yourself or your future. And as William also said, the very first step towards success in any occupation is to become interested in it. This means, as you love whatever job you have, you will succeed and you will not feel the work as a burden in your life, and you can enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. That was Fania Marfanda Juandi from SMP Dunia Harapan. Now, let's move on to the participants number 24 of today. We have Richard Kevin Liando. Hello, Richard.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Okay, you've been waiting for a long time, but I believe you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so can you share your PowerPoint to the screen, please? Okay, thank you very much, Richard. So, judges, this is Richard Kevin Liando from SMP Dian Harapan, the participants number 24. Richard, the time is yours.
Give me 1,000 old men, and I'll surely pull Mansamuru from its roots. Give me one young man, and I'll surely tremble the world. It is a famous quote by the former and late Indonesian president, Sukarno. Found it quite fitting for this occasion, even if it's a bit exaggerated to begin with. Firstly, I'm Richard Keviniano from Sekolah Dian Harapan Makassar, and today I'll be doing a speech on youth contributions and campaigns around the world. It's quite late in the day here, but I'm optimistic that everyone here could stay awake until the end of my speech. Quoted from the Cambridge Dictionary, a campaign is a planned group of political, business, or military activities that are intended to achieve a particular aim. There are countless examples of campaigns throughout history. Some of the most well-known campaigns are The Blitz, a series of bombing campaigns by the German Air Force to demoralize the British public. However, this campaign didn't really work because it did significantly less damage to British morale, and instead, it helped the British build roads and modernize their city planning afterwards, especially in London. Next, we have independence movements, which occurred all over the world. And these independence movements were happening in colonies or areas that were governed and controlled by a higher power. These campaigns were very important because they led the revolution, which became what it was at the time, a country. Next, I will be talking about a more recent example, which is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is a military campaign led by the Russian Federation to expand its influence towards Eastern Europe and warn the American-led alliance of NATO. Besides military campaigns, there are business campaigns. According to Zyflow, businesses or marketing campaigns are a set of strategies used by businesses to achieve certain goals. The business campaigns can be seen from mascots or people who are starred in the businesses or brands advertisements that are publicized in digitally or tangibly. Next, there are political campaigns. Political campaigns are a set of campaigns that are made to broadcast or tell information about a group of people's political views. One well-known form of a political campaign is a protest. A protest could serve as a way for a group of people to. One form of a political campaign is a presidential campaign or an election campaign. And in an election campaign, they usually put up massive billboards promoting their election run towards the public and locals around the area. Next, there are protests that I already said before. Protests are campaigns that has their aims towards a group of people to voice their opinions on another group or event which someone was involved in. There are many political campaigns that represent as a protest, but on September of 2019, about 4 million people protested around the world for governments to start reforming their country into a more climate-friendly country and with a better reforms towards a better future. Next, there are also the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests, or BLM for short. According to the New York Times, hundreds of protesters around America protested for mainly George Floyd's death due to suffocation by a police officer, which was widely alleged as a case of racism. A poll with its results published by Michigan Health shows that 1 in 12 parents say that their teen has attended a protest against racism or police brutality in 2020. With the growing influence of the internet, social media, and unfortunately Facebook's business ventures, we're seeing more youths voice and exchange their opinions with each other around the world, mainly through the internet. Youths contribute massively to these types of campaigns, and according to a survey by Pew Research in 2018 of nearly 750 13 to 17-year-olds, that 97% of these participants actually use social media. Then youths also have been contributing to business campaigns, which doesn't mean that youths perform better and promote better, but it's because mainly youths are the most prominent users of the internet. And for now, this DBI contest that we've been doing for a few months and supported by the Makassar government. Supported by the Makassar government is truly a good example of this. But it is certain that with this Brighton DBI contest, participants would get a chance to improve their English and learn more about Brighton English. Now, I have used various sources to create my speech, and I'd like to summarize my speech today. So, when campaigns are done correctly, these campaigns can change how we view the world, and youth will be the one who will shape that world. Thank you very much to those who have helped.
Thank you very much for Richard for the presentation. That was a nice presentation. Now, Richard, we are going to move into the question session, and we are going to have the first questioners by Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Okay, please the question, sir.
Okay, Richard. I noticed that you did show a lot of pictures of protests, but my question is to you, what does it really achieve?
A protest basically achieves that they're trying to voice their opinions, not basically doing a dent towards the rules and the basic forms of the government. However, protests do change some people's minds and help them to develop their opinion on a certain problem in our world right now, such as climate change, racism, police brutality, etc.
Okay, very good. Well done. Thank you.
For the response, Richard, and thank you for the question, Mr. Williams. And now we're having the second questioner will be from Mr. Shamswadi. Mr. Shamswadi, please.
It won't be long. I would just like you to agree or disagree to my statement. Street protest doesn't solve problem and often causes chaos. Do you agree or disagree?
Pardon me, could you repeat the question?
Protest doesn't solve problems and often causes chaos. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm quite in the middle for this, because protests do cause some annoyance in some people, and some people might not agree with the protest that people do. However, protests could serve as a way for a minor group of people to voice their opinions and voice what they've been feeling on their area locally, except for those who haven't experienced what they felt.
Okay. So to sound out the minor voice, the minority voice, right?
Yeah. And could I do my closing statement?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it, Richard?
Thank you very much for those who have helped me during this speech. Thank you so much for the juries, the staff members, the school committee, and friends, and everyone who has been staying with me here until this point of my speech. And even though I got a bit nervous in the middle part of the speech, I hope that my speech can send a message towards everyone in the Zoom, nor in the YouTube, or someone beside you.
Okay, yes it was. And it's okay. Don't worry. Everyone is nervous. Okay, so thank you very much, Richard, for the presentation. And now, let's move on to the participant number 25, Andi Alisa Akilah Putri. Hello, Andi Alisa Akilah Putri. Okay, I will call one more time. Andi Alisa Akilah Putri. Okay, well, unfortunately, I guess the participant number 25, Andi Alisa Akilah Putri, is not here with us. So it means she's got disqualified for the final round. Yeah, it's such unfortunate. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, it means we have done all the participants today. thank you very much for joining us, for all the participants today. And thank you also for the juries. And for tomorrow, for the participants number 26 until participant number 50, we are going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. So, I'll see you again on the second day. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and thank you for the juries. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zul.
Kualitas sebuah kota sangat ditentukan oleh kualitas pendidikan di kota itu. Pendidikan anak-anak, terkhusus pendidikan bahasa Inggris, menjadi bahagian yang mewarnai kekuatan kota itu untuk bisa menjadi kota global. Makassar sebagai kota dunia tentunya sangat konsen dengan pendidikan bahasa bagi anak-anak kota ini. Untuk itu, izinkan saya, Muhammad Ramdan Pomanto, Wali Kota Makassar, mengajak kepada anak-anakku sekalian, bukan hanya di Kota Makassar, di Sulawesi Selatan, kota-kota kabupaten di seluruh Indonesia, mari kita bersama-sama mengikuti pemilihan Duta Bahasa Inggris SMP tingkat nasional, yang insya Allah akan diselenggarakan dalam tahun ini, dan insya Allah menjadi bahagian ajang bagi anak-anakku sekalian untuk menguji coba kemampuan berbahasa Inggris kita. Dan temanya sangat menarik, Makassar Recover. Recover sendiri adalah Smart Emergency Protocol Against COVID-19 and Services. Sebuah konsep penanganan COVID menyangkut diri kita, menyangkut kehidupan kita. Mari mendaftar, kita bertarung menjadi duta-duta bahasa Inggris dengan tema yang menarik, Makassar Recover. Peduli Ki, selamat.
Work, and even entertainment. Now everything depends on the internet, such as communicating with friends via cell phone and learning through online applications. Of course, this is very uncomfortable and it's quite difficult to get used to this kind of situation. But now we have entered the new normal era. As with the name, new normal, we will return to carrying out our activities as usual, but with some new regulations that are certainly meant for the good common to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. We are required to wear masks if we want to go anywhere, wash our hands diligently, and as much as possible, keep our distance and avoid crowds. In this new normal era, we must make the best use of our time by doing useful activities, exercise regularly, and also eat nutritious foods and drinks. Don't let COVID-19 hamper our productivity. Keep doing useful activities, and don't forget to always follow health protocols. The chance of getting COVID-19 will be smaller if we can maintain our stamina. Pray diligently and always be happy. Let's succeed Makassar recovery program together and make Makassar to be a productive city and free of COVID-19. In choosing the English ambassador for Makassar, I ask for help and support from all my family, friends, and relatives so that I can be elected and represent the beloved city of Makassar. Makassar, peduli ki, salam ki. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.